Chapter 36-28. Big Leader, could it be that some God Emperor level force is threatening you? The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's sigh. He said angrily, which divine emperor force is so overbearing? Aren't they afraid that we, the Bloodsaber Alliance, will play guerrilla warfare with them and attack their juniors? Don't tell me they're going to keep guarding in front of their juniors. Can their descendants not step out of their sects for the rest of their lives? The Bloodblade Alliance was a bandit force around Wind City. Moreover, it was a God King level bandit force. Even the God King level clans in Wind City kept a respectful distance from such a bandit force. They didn't dare to provoke them. Even some God Emperor level forces didn't want to offend such a bandit force. Bandits were the synonym for without a fixed residence. Normally, a monk could run away but the temple couldn't. However, bandits were different. They weren't afraid of offending you and they wouldn't mistreat themselves just because they weren't your match. If they weren't your match, they could attack your juniors. Moreover, they would kill them. Then, they would run far away so that you wouldn't be able to find them for revenge. Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man shook his head. It's not a God Emperor level force that is threatening me. It's all the God Emperor level forces that are threatening me. Otherwise, I, and even you, won't be able to leave Wind City. The middle-aged man's words caused the old man's expression to change. At the same time, he asked with fear, including Murong Suifeng? Murong Suifeng was the vice-sect master of a God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He was also the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. Without a doubt, he had the highest status and was also the strongest. The reason why the old man asked him was because he was afraid of him. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. The Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect are also among them. Damn it. The old man's expression changed. These God Emperor level forces are too shameless. Now, he finally knew why the leader of the Bloodblade Alliance would give up on the God Emperor level cultivation method. It turned out that the God Emperor level forces had joined forces to target the Bloodblade Alliance. Furthermore, based on the current situation, it was clear that the other God King level bandits were being targeted as well. On the auction stage, Ju Yun's face was pale. Could it be that the film was going to be passed off? One had to know that the reason the Ju clan took out the Deity Emperor level 6 gods after Image's mantra was not only because they had no way to use it, but also because they wanted to get rid of this hot potato. However, if this cultivation method was not sold today, the world would know that the Ju clan had this divine emperor-level cultivation method. To the Ju family, this was not only a bad thing, but also a disaster. Taking a deep breath, Ju Yun secretly sent out a message. And this message was sent to the Divine King expert who guarded the Ju clan's transaction hall. This Divine King expert was also one of the Ju clan's ancestors who still remained in Wind City. He looked extremely old, as if he only had a few days left to live. When the old man received the message, he was fishing in front of a pond in the courtyard of the Ju family's trading house. After receiving Ju Yun's message, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light flashed in them. It seems that those clans have already discussed this matter. Otherwise, even if the God Kings of Tianfeng City do not dare to participate in the auction, those bandits would not be afraid. Lower the starting price, 10,000 divine stones. The old man quickly replied to Ju Yun. At the same time he replied, the fishing rod in the old man's hand snapped in half. Although he seemed to be calm, waves of cold air spread under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the water in the pond in front of him was completely frozen. This divine king ancestor of the Ju clan was clearly skilled in the laws of ice. At the Ju clan's auction, Ju Yun, who had received the message from his ancestor, quickly announced in a clear voice, in view of the fact that no one is participating in the auction of the Divine Emperor level 6 gods after Image's mantra. I have just reported this matter to our ancestor, and he has asked me to lower the starting price. Now, the starting price of the 6 gods after Image's mantra is 10,000 divine stones. As soon as Ju Yun finished speaking, the entire auction venue was thrown into an uproar as expected. Even the Ju clan's ancestor was alarmed. One had to know that in the Ju clan, the only people who could be called ancestor were those few divine kings. Moreover, there was something else that shocked them even more. After the 6 gods after images mantra's starting price of 10,000 divine stones, not only did the Jew clan's auction not allow it to go unsold, but they even lowered the starting price of the divine emperor level mantra from 10,000 divine stones to 10,000 divine stones. Even those who were not in the private rooms would be able to afford the price of 10,000 divine stones. Many people were tempted to bid for it. However, when they heard the voice that rang in their ears, they immediately dismissed the idea. At the same time, they broke out in cold sweat. What happened today is very strange. A divine emperor level force actually doesn't want this mantra. Why do I feel like they've discussed this beforehand? If anyone wins this mantra, they might be killed immediately. The Jew clan is willing to lower the starting price in order to sell this mantra. It's obvious that they know it's a hot potato. Of course. If the Jew clan keeps this mantra, it won't take long before an expert comes knocking on their door to take it away. Even the Jew clan was afraid of being dragged down by the divine emperor level mantra. After realizing this, no one in the auction house dared to bid for it anymore. They were afraid that they would lose their bid if they bid for it. In private room number 9, Duan Lingtian's gaze through the window became a little deep. Although he did not like the 6 gods after images mantra and was not interested in bidding for it, he knew that this mantra would definitely cause a commotion here. However, to the people present, what they cared more about was not this mantra but their own lives. What's the point of bidding for this mantra and then losing their lives? Therefore, only those divine emperor level forces and divine king level bandits would dare to bid for this mantra. The divine king level clans in Tianfeng City, including the Jew clan and the Zhong clan, would definitely not dare to bid for this mantra. In order to sell this mantra, the Jew clan had lowered the starting price of the mantra from 10,000 divine stones to 10,000 divine stones. Most of the people present could afford 10,000 divine stones. But now, no one bid. He knew that behind this scene, the divine emperor level forces were definitely playing tricks. Perhaps, they had reached some kind of tacit agreement and had already discussed it. And the truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. The Hidden Fog Sect, Thousand Demon Sect and the other divine emperor level forces present, under the lead of a divine emperor level force, had completed the distribution of the divine emperor level 6 gods after images mantra. They had joined forces to intimidate the divine king level bandits. Then, they planned to obtain this mantra without spending 1 or 2 divine stones and then share it. Otherwise, if the 5 divine emperor level forces fought over it, they would definitely fight until their heads bled. Those who obtained it would have to spend a lot of divine stones, and those who did not, although they would save divine stones, they would also miss out on this divine emperor level mantra. For better or for worse, this is a divine emperor level mantra and no one wants it for 10,000 divine stones. At this time, Duan Xiaoyu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, spoke with a hint of surprise in her voice. In the next moment, she laughed again. Since no one wants it, I'll just casually keep it. 10,000 divine stones for this mantra, it can be sold for at least a few 100,000 divine stones or even 1,000,000 divine stones. As soon as her voice fell, she opened her mouth to bid. 10,000 divine stones. Duan Xiaoyu's voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing a great sensation and causing the entire auction hall to be in an uproar. Someone has bid. It's the person in box number 9. Box number 9 hasn't bid since he won the first item, the Jiao Yi Bing San Divine Pill. I didn't expect him to bid at this time. Heavens! To bid at this time, does he want to offend those divine emperor level forces? The person who bid doesn't seem to be the person just now. Judging from the voice, it's obviously a little girl. While the crowd was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Xiaoyu who was next to him and then at Yu Qiushuan who was sitting not far away. He saw that she was calm and had no intention of stopping Duan Xiaoyu. For a moment, he vaguely realized a problem. Whether it was Duan Xiaoyu or Yu Qiushuan, they did not seem to be afraid of those divine emperor level forces. The guest in box number 9 has bid 10,000 divine stones. At this time, Ju Yun, who was on the auction stage, finally heaved a sigh of relief when she heard someone bid. At the same time, she said excitedly, "If no one bids, I'll start the countdown." For Ju Yun, her mission today was to sell this divine emperor level mantra. It did not matter who would buy it. In fact, to the Jew family, it didn't matter how much it cost to sell it. The most important thing was to sell it. If they did not sell it, it would be a disaster for the Jew clan. 10,000 divine stones, going once. Ju Yun's tone was urgent, as though she was afraid the guest in box number 9 would regret his decision. At the same time, the crowd in the auction hall gradually regained their senses. Heavens! Someone actually bid. And it doesn't seem to be someone from a divine emperor-level force. It sounds like a little girl's voice. Could it be that the person in box number 9 brought a little girl here for fun? I don't think so. If it was just for fun, the person in box number 9 would have explained it. 10,000 divine stones, going twice. When Ju Yun bid again, everyone was curious about the identity of the person in box number 9. Who was it that dared to interfere at this time? Humph. In the private room where the people from the 10,000 Demons sect were, the second elder of the 10,000 Demons sect, Han Legang, suddenly let out a cold harumph. Little girl, do you know, what you're doing will bring disaster to yourself, your sect, and your family. Chapter 36-29. As soon as Han Legang finished speaking, he began to bid. 20,000 divine stones. However, when he bid, there was a chill in his voice. He was clearly threatening Duan Xiaoyu in private room number 9. In private room number 9, Duan Xiaoyu faintly smiled when she heard Han Legang's threat. This damned old man actually dares to threaten me 100,000 divine stones. Duan Xiaoyu bid again, and this time, she bid 100,000 divine stones. This was also the starting price set by the Jew family for the Divine Emperor level cultivation method, the 6 God after-image art. However, no one bid at that time. What do you say now? Han Legang's expression changed when he saw that the other party had not only ignored his threat, but also offered a price of 100,000 godly stones. He contacted the other 4 godly Emperor level forces and said, "Just now, we agreed to not spend a single godly stone. The Jew clan will give the godly emperor-level cultivation technique to any of us." But now, a little girl suddenly appeared and interfered in the auction of the divine emperor-level cultivation method, the 6 God after-image art. Why don't we wait for her to get the cultivation method and then make a move on her and seize the 6 God after-image art? After saying this, Han Legang gave his suggestion. Do you think that she doesn't know that we are the ones behind the 6 God after-image art when no one bid? Since she dares to bid, she must have her own confidence. The Hidden Fog sect's vice-sect master, who was also the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, said. Then you mean, we should bid with her? As Han Legang asked, he frowned. I think Dean Murong's words make sense. Since that little girl dares to bid, it means that she has her own confidence. Let's bid with her. Let's bid. At most, how much money we get in the end, the 5 of us will share it equally. As for the cultivation method, we will share it according to the previous agreement. The other 3 Divine Emperor-level forces also expressed their opinions after Han Legang. Their thoughts were no different from Han Legang's. What if that little girl is just deliberately mystifying and doesn't have any background? Han Legang asked. After this auction, we can test her. One person said. For a moment, Han Legang no longer had any questions. He wanted to test the other party. If she really did have an extraordinary background, then this matter would be left unsettled. But if she was just deliberately mystifying things, then forget about him and the 10,000 devil sect behind him. Even the other 4 Divine Emperor-level forces would not let her go. Old Han, why don't you represent us and bid with her? No matter what, let's get the cultivation technique first, said a person from a Divine Emperor-level force. The people from the other 2 Divine Emperor-level influences also agreed. Although the Hidden Fog sect's Murong Suifeng didn't say anything, he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed. All right, I'll play with this little girl. At the same time, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made his bid, 110,000 divine stones. The originally noisy auction venue suddenly quieted down at this moment. Just a moment ago, someone from room 9 had bid 100,000 godly stones, and as expected, they were shocked. At the same time, they were a little puzzled. Since this person wanted 100,000 godly stones, why didn't he bid just now? Someone from Box 9? In Box 6, the Chong family's fourth master Chong Sai frowned. Then who is the person in Box 9? He actually dares to openly go against the divine emperor level forces? Is he not afraid of death? Fourth master, we might have misjudged him. The old man behind Chong Sai smiled bitterly. Let's wait and see. Maybe he's a prop that the Jew family found. Chong Sai said. The Jew family is so bold. The old man was shocked. If he's really a prop, isn't the Jew family afraid that the divine emperor level forces will blame them? Since he's a prop, then he must be prepared to die. Even if he dies, he won't betray the Jew family. Chong Sai shook his head. And the Jew family will only believe people who are prepared to die. Of course, if this person dies, his family will definitely be taken care of by the Jew family. Or, when he came, the Jew family had already arranged his funeral. Of course, Chong Sai knew that this was just his guess. As for whether this was the truth or not, he wasn't sure. 1,000,000 divine stones. As the somewhat tender female voice rang out once again, the entire auction venue, which was originally filled with some noise, suddenly quietened down at this moment. It was as silent as death. Even Duan Lingtian, who was in room number 9, was shocked by Duan Xiaoyu's bid. 1,000,000 divine stones? Even if he added all the divine stones in his possession together, he only had 180,000 taels of silver. It was not even 20% of 1,000,000 divine stones. This little girl actually had so many divine stones. However, when he thought about it again, this little girl and the beautiful woman next to her should be at the divine king stage or above. It was normal for them to have 1,000,000 divine stones since their backgrounds were not ordinary. However, Duan Lingtian's relief did not mean the others were relieved. On the auction stage in the Zhu clan's auction square, Zhu Yun, the Zhu clan's elder who was in charge of hosting the auction, had a dumbfounded expression on her face. Earlier, when the guest in room number 9 bid 100,000 divine stones, she had thought the guest was someone the Zhu clan's auction house hired to raise the price. However, now that the other party had made another bid, she had completely dismissed that thought. Even a prop would not dare to bid such a price. This was close to the normal price of a divine emperor level cultivation method. It was impossible for it to be sold at such a price in Tianfeng City. Even though the Zhu clan could sell the skill outside, they would have to take a huge risk because there were many powerful forces out there. Not to mention the great supreme god forces, even the godly emperor forces were stronger than the godly emperor forces around Tianfeng City. The few divine emperor forces around Tianfeng City were just ordinary divine emperor forces. They were not as powerful as the top divine emperor forces. 1,000,000 divine stones? Only the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard in the auction venue. In room number 6, the fourth master of the Zhong clan, Zhong Sai, suddenly stood up from his seat. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with fear. When the other party had bid 1,000,000 divine stones, he had realized that it could not be the Zhu clan's prop. It seems like I won't have the chance to seek revenge on that boy. Thinking of the young man who had stolen the Jiao Yi Bing San divine pill from him, Zhong Sai sighed. If the people around him were not mistaken, the girl who had just bid was also leaning against the young man. The two of them looked like siblings. Zhong Sai could not afford to offend such a person. The other God King level forces' private rooms were also deathly silent at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were naturally shocked. At the same time, they were curious about the identity of the person in room number 9. Was that person also from a God King level force? Great. In the room where the God King level Bloodblade Union's members were, the leader of the Bloodblade Union, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, could not help but laugh. Do those God King level forces really think that they can control the situation? Karma comes quickly. The person who will punish them is coming. Now, not only the members of the Bloodblade Union were relieved, but the rest of the God King level forces were relieved too. Because they had been threatened like the members of the Bloodblade Union, they had not bid in the previous auction. Who on earth is the person in room 9? At the beginning, the first auction item was bid by the person in room number 9. At that time, We were still wondering if he was not worried about the revenge of the fourth master of the Zhong family. I think we have underestimated him. He has the guts to take out 1 million divine stones and openly challenge the God King level forces around Tianfeng City. There is no way he is afraid of the fourth master of the Zhong family. Now, the fourth master of the Zhong family is probably terrified. Next, it will be the battle between the guest in room number 9 and the God King level forces. In the auction house, those who thought that the Zhu clan's auction would end with the Divine Emperor level cultivation method 6 God residual shadows formula or with the starting price of 10,000 immortal stones felt their hearts lift again. Someone was stirring up trouble. There was a show to watch. At the same time, rooms 1 to 5 quieted down. After a long while, the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Han Legang, asked the leaders of the other 4 God King level forces, "What do we do now? Give up or continue?" Continue. Before the people from the other 3 Divine Emperor level influences could speak, the hidden fog sect's Blue Sea Windborn was the first to speak. "Let's obtain the cultivation method first. After today's auction is over, I want to see just what sort of person this person is." As soon as Beihai Windborn spoke, the other 3 echoed, "When the time comes, let's go and see." At this moment, the tone of these people was dignified. 1 million divine stones. Han Legang originally wanted to bid 1 million divine stones, but before he could open his mouth, Beihai Windborn's sound transmission sounded in his ears. "You are now representing several great forces. You can't be too stingy." So, he changed his bid at the last moment. 1 million. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the auction house boiled over. Some people were so excited that their faces flushed red. To be able to see a treasure of this price with my own eyes, it can be said that my life has not been in vain. Just as most of the people were looking at box number 9, thinking that the person in box number 9 would continue to raise the price. In the end, a voice sounded out once more. A peal of laughter rang out. "Old man, wouldn't it have been better if you had bid honestly from the start? You could have saved at least 1 million divine stones." "That's right. I forgot to tell you, the reason I bid with you is because I think it's fun. I don't care about a God King level cultivation method." Chapter 3630. Her bell-like laughter reverberated throughout the Zhu family's auction venue. In this quiet environment, she seemed especially playful and flamboyant. On the phone, did she think it was fun? Which family is she from? Many people in the auction hall looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It should be noted that the other party was the second elder of the Million Demon sect, a high-level divine king. If the Hidden Mist Academy didn't intervene, he alone was enough to wipe out all the families and sects in Tianfeng City. But now, she was being played like a monkey. The whole place was silent. Even Zhu Yun, the elder of the Zhu family, who was standing on the auction stage, changed her expression slightly. When she looked at box number 9 again, her eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Now, she didn't feel happy at all because her Zhu clan's godly emperor level technique, the 6 God After Images technique, was sold for a sky-high price of 1,100,000 godly stones. This was because she knew that her Zhu clan wouldn't be able to get it, nor would they dare to. From the beginning to the end, only the Million Demon sect had been bidding. Obviously, they had reached a consensus with the other 4 godly emperor forces. Perhaps they had already discussed and agreed to share the godly emperor cultivation method. Under such circumstances, how could the Zhu family dare to take the divine stones from them? "Little girl, you're courting death." In the box where the people from the Thousand Devil sect were, the second elder of the Thousand Devil sect, Han Legang, had a series of changes in his expression after hearing Duan Xiaoyu's words. In the end, he could no longer hold himself back. His entire body shook as he broke through the window with a bang. The broken window flew out and was about to hit the heads of a group of people in the auction hall. Zhu Yun, who was standing on the auction stage, moved in time and shattered the broken window, turning it into a cloud of dust and dissipating into the air. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Han Legang, who had been blinded by anger, flew out of the window and came to the window of box number 9. Through the window, he stared at Duan Xiaoyu, who was sitting with Duan Lingtian. His intuition told him that it was this girl who had spoken. "Second elder, At that moment, the expressions of the other people from the 10,000 demon sect fell, and they hurriedly left the room, wanting to stop Han Legang. As for the other 4 people from the Divine Emperor level influences, besides the hidden fog sect's Murong Suifeng frowning and not saying anything, the other 3 people from the Divine Emperor level influences all hurriedly tried to dissuade Han Legang with sound transmissions. Elder Han, don't be impulsive. Elder Han, before we figure out the other party's identity, don't be rash. She said she doesn't care about Divine Emperor level cultivation techniques, maybe she has a shocking background. The persuasion of the 3 entered Han Legang's ears. Only then did Han Legang gradually calm down. Han Li coldly glanced at Duan Xiaoyu and snorted, preparing to leave. However, just as Han Legang turned around, an indifferent female voice sounded from room 9. Han Legang, is it? Your recklessness has already frightened my young miss. Now, kneel down and kowtow to my young miss and apologize. This was the first time anyone had heard this voice. Previously, they had heard 2 voices coming from the 9th private room, but neither of them belonged to this person. When they heard the woman's words, they couldn't help but inwardly gasp. What kind of person was this great aunt? She actually wanted Han Legang to kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. Han Legang was the 2nd elder of the Divine Emperor level sect, the Myriad Demon sect. He was also a high-level divine king. In their Tianfeng city, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. But now, this woman wanted him to kneel down and apologize to her young Miss Han Legang's body froze. After a moment, he came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the beautiful woman that he had ignored just now. His face was full of astonishment. You want me to kneel down and apologize to this little girl? As Han Legang spoke, he pointed at Duan Xiaoyu. Just as Duan Xiaoyu saw Han Legang pointing at her and frowning slightly, Poochie, a soft sound rang out almost at the same time as Han Legang's voice sounded. In the next moment, everyone saw that the hand that Han Legang had raised was cut off from the shoulder, disappearing into the void inch by inch, leaving no trace behind. Divine Emperor Expert. In box number 4, there was a timely exclamation of shock. As for the hidden fog sect's vice sect master Murong Suifeng, his pupils shrank and he revealed a look of dread. At the same time, there was a lingering fear in his heart. This person is at least a middle divine sovereign. He might even be stronger, mid-level divine emperor. Looking at their hidden fog sect, they only had 2 mid-level divine emperors. As for existences above mid-level divine emperors, their hidden fog sect didn't have any. Divine Emperor Expert. In box number 9, Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Choshuan with surprise. Although he had guessed that whether it was Yu Choshuan or Duan Xiaoyu, they were both existences above the Divine King realm, he never imagined that Yu Choshuan was actually a Divine Emperor Expert. Moreover, when Yu Choshuan attacked, the feeling she gave him was even more terrifying than the mid-level Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Yi Beiyuan. This Yu Choshuan is likely no weaker than that Yi Beiyuan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I don't want to repeat what I just said, either kneel or die. When Yu Choshuan spoke again, her tone was somewhat impatient. 2nd Elder. When the other people of the 10,000 Demon sect saw Yu Choshuan's methods and realized that she was a Divine Emperor Expert, their expressions changed. At this time, they hurriedly reminded the 10,000 Demon sect's 2nd Elder, Han Legang, to prevent him from being killed. Han Legang was greatly frightened and was in a daze. When he heard the reminder of the 10,000 Demon sect's people, he came back to his senses. After learning of Yu Choshuan's threat, his expression changed and his gaze changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and knelt down in front of Duan Xiaoyu. He lowered his voice and said, Young miss, I offended you just now. I hope you can forgive me. You're not convinced. Duan Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and smiled. I'm convinced. Han Legang said with a trembling voice. She might not be his match, but she had a Divine Emperor Expert by her side. Moreover, this Divine Emperor Expert was more terrifying than the 10,000 Demon sect's old ancestor. He knew that even the 10,000 Demon sect would not dare to provoke the woman who attacked him, let alone him. It's good that you're convinced. Let's hear you bark a few times. Duan Xiaoyu said to Han Ligang with a smile. Bark like a dog. Han Ligang's face twitched. At this moment, he could feel the burning gazes of the people in the Zhu clan's auction hall on him. Obviously, they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, what could he do now? Did he have any other choice? Woof. 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 In front of a group of people, Han Ligang, the second elder of the 10,000 demon sect, really started to bark like a dog. Moreover, without Duan Xiaoyu's permission, he did not dare to stop. At this moment, Han Ligang's heart was filled with regret. Why did he rush out for no reason? Was he looking for a beating? Of course, he also knew that it was because he did not know how terrifying the person beside the young lady was. If he knew that the young lady had a divine emperor expert who was even more terrifying than the old ancestor of the 10,000 demon sect, he would not have dared to rush out even if he was given 1,000 guts. All right, I forgive you. Duan Xiaoyu said with a smile and satisfaction. Only then did Han Li heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he stopped barking like a dog, and without waiting for a response, he left the Zhu family auction house with his tail between his legs. It seemed that he didn't even plan on taking the 6-god shadow afterimage technique that he had won. Now, Han Ligang wished he could kill everyone in the Zhu clan's auction hall. This was because he knew that after today, he would become the laughingstock of Qianfeng City and the surrounding area. Young lady, it's time for us to leave. At this moment, Yu Qiushuan also moved to Duan Xiaoyu's side. Before Duan Xiaoyu could react, she directly grabbed her hand and forcibly pulled her out of the window, appearing in front of everyone. When Duan Xiaoyu hurriedly wanted to see Duan Lingtian and greet Duan Lingtian, Yu Qiushuan had already taken her out of the Zhu clan's auction hall in a flash, disappearing before everyone's eyes. They appeared quickly and left quickly. Young Master Duan, we will meet again in the future. Everything that had happened before his eyes left Duan Lingtian somewhat dumbfounded. When Duan Xiaoyu was taken away by Yu Qiushuan, he heard Yu Qiushuan's voice transmission in a timely manner. Something urgent came up, so, I can only ask the young lady to leave without saying goodbye. Something urgent. Duan Lingtian did not believe Yu Qiushuan's words. Even if something urgent came up, Duan Xiaoyu would definitely have had time to explain it to him through voice transmission. Judging from the situation just now, it was obvious that Yu Qiushuan had taken Duan Xiaoyu away on a whim. Even Duan Xiaoyu did not know what was going on, so she did not have time to say goodbye to him. It was as if Yu Qiushuan did not want him to continue interacting with Duan Xiaoyu. What a strange woman. Duan Lingtian shook his head and also left. However, he did not leave through the window. Instead, he opened the door of the private room and left the way he came. When he left, he did not meet anyone. It was obvious that the others were still shocked by what had just happened. They did not have time to react. The auction had already ended and it was time to disperse. I originally wanted to pay a visit to that divine emperor powerhouse and the young lady she spoke of. I didn't expect them to leave directly. The leaders of the 4 divine emperor forces, including the hidden fog sect's vice sect master Murong Suifeng, had just stood up when they sat back down. They all sighed. Those 2 women obviously had extraordinary origins. If they could befriend them, it would only be beneficial for them. Unfortunately, they did not give them the chance. Private room number 6. Zhong family's 4th master Zhong Sai's face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as if he did not know how to stop. Divine emperor powerhouse? That beautiful woman is actually a divine emperor powerhouse. Behind Zhong Sai, the old man who had gone to private room number 9 to spy on them was also pale with fright. His body was also trembling. Ling Tian, War Reverend. Chapter 36-31. As Zhong Sai thought of how he had thought of taking revenge on the people in box number 9, he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't stop for a long time. 4th Master, we should be glad that we haven't done anything to them yet. Otherwise, not just us, but our entire Zhong family would have been dragged into this mess. The old man standing behind Zhong Sai was also a member of the Zhong family. Yes. I didn't think they would be so terrifying. Zhong Sai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Because of fear, His voice was trembling. But, fourth master, only 2 of them left. There was a young man who didn't leave. That young man was very intimate with the young miss that the beautiful woman spoke of. That young miss was even holding the young man's hand. The old man was puzzled. Let's go. Let's go pay a visit to that young master. Hearing the old man's words, Zhong Sai's eyes brightened. He wanted to go to box number 9 and pay a visit to the young man who had bid on the first item of today's auction. However, before he did, the people from the other 4 divine emperor forces also reacted 1 step ahead of him and went to the 9th box. This was because after the 2 women left and sat down, they remembered that there wasn't just the 2 women in box number 9. There was also a young man with a young voice. But when they reacted and went to box number 9, they found that there was no one inside. Could it be that the young man's voice was also faked by one of the 2 women? Although some people guessed this, most people didn't think it was possible. Because the 2 women didn't need to kneel down to be recognized by their voices. In particular, they soon found out from the Zhu clan's people in charge of this auction that there was indeed a young guest in box number 9. But that young guest had left first. If we had reacted faster, we might have been able to see that young master. The Hidden Fog Sect's vice-sect master, who was also the dean of Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, let out a long sigh. The leaders of the other 3 God Emperor level forces also had looks of regret. Although they didn't know the specific identity of that young man, they heard from the people of the Zhu family auction that the young miss of the God Emperor level powerhouse was very intimate with the young man and even called him Big Brother. It was clear that the young man's identity was also extraordinary. He might even have a higher status in the God Emperor level force. Duan Lingtian did not know that after he left the Zhu family auction house, many people went to box 9 to look for him. After he left the Zhu clan's auction, he returned to the inn directly. This was because the inn he had chosen was an inconspicuous one in Wind City. The organization it belonged to was only a small clan that was attached to a God King clan. As a result, no one discovered him. After the Zhu family's auction ended, the Zhu family and Zhong family went to their subordinate inns and the other God King level clan's subordinate inns to inquire about Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not have many God King level subordinates staying in the inn. Therefore, even though they wanted to find Duan Lingtian, they could not find him. In the end, they could only give up. It was impossible for them to imagine that the young man they were looking for was only staying in a small inn in Tianfeng City. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian chose this inn was that he felt the environment was not bad. Moreover, it was located in a secluded area that was suitable for him to cultivate. He was unaware that the Zhu family and Zhong family were looking for him. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian consumed the 3 divine pill and prepared to break through to the intermediate deity stage. There was still half a month before the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment. Half a month was enough for him to make a breakthrough. An intermediate deity who's not even 2,700 years old. Even if I ignore my comprehension of profundities, my cultivation base alone is enough to set me apart in the Hidden Fog Academy, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the realms of gods, those who were not even 3,000 years old were considered very young. In those God Emperor level forces, there might even be higher deities or God Kings, let alone middle deities who were younger than 3,000 years old. However, in Tianfeng City and the small places around it, it was extremely rare to find a middle deity who was younger than 3,000 years old. It was enough to cause a certain amount of commotion. The reason why it was called a stir rather than a huge one was because intermediate deities under 3,000 years old had appeared in the areas around Tianfeng City before. It was just that they were relatively rare. For example, in the current generation of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was a 10-star student who was less than 3,000 years old who had yet to graduate. That student was accepted as a personal disciple by one of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect before he even graduated. In the future, when he entered the Hidden Fog sect, he would be directly accepted as a disciple of that higher-up. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know this. This was because even in Tianfeng City, no one knew that the Hidden Fog Academy had produced such a genius student. That genius student had only recently broken through to the intermediate deity stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Tianfeng City was also very lively. The focus of everyone's discussion was the Zhu clan's auction 2 days ago. Have you heard? A God Emperor expert actually appeared in the Zhu clan's auction 2 days ago. I heard. It's said that the God Emperor expert is a beautiful woman. Beside her is a young lady whom she calls Miss. Her status is obviously higher than her. To have a God Emperor expert as a follower. Even the daughter of the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, the strongest God Emperor level faction near Tianfeng City, doesn't receive such treatment, right? It's not hard to guess. That young lady is at least from a peak God Emperor level faction. She might even be from a God Emperor level faction. I heard that the young lady has an elder brother who didn't leave with her at that time. Who knows, he might still be in Tianfeng City. Is that true? If I meet the young lady's elder brother and befriend him, won't I be able to reach the sky in a single bound? Most of the topics revolved around Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan. Duan Lingtian was also frequently mentioned. Even in the inn where Duan Lingtian was staying, there were many people discussing this topic. Of course, Duan Lingtian, who was in seclusion, was completely unaware of this. Apart from this topic, there were more topics that revolved around the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligang. I heard that the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligang, knelt down and kowtowed at the Zhu clan's auction. The second elder of a God Emperor level sect, a higher god, is actually so cowardly. What a joke. TCH. You're just saying. If you were him, would you go against that God Emperor expert? Do you think that dignity is more important than your life? I think that the 10,000 Demon Sect second elder, Han Ligang, is a smart person. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not worth it for a higher god king to lose his life over such a small matter. I think so too. Although the 10,000 Demon Sect second elder, Han Ligang's performance at the Zhu clan's auction was disgraceful, most people in Skywind City could understand him. As the days passed, the topics related to the Zhu clan's auction gradually decreased. At this time, as the day of the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment approached, more people began to talk about the Hidden Mist Academy. I heard that many of the God King level family's disciples are participating in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment this year. When have the disciples of the God King level families not participated in the recruitment? It's just that very few of them were accepted. This year, that kid from my family is also preparing to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. I don't expect him to be accepted, I just hope that he won't embarrass himself too much. The Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment last year seemed to have over 1,000 people participating, but in the end, only 7 people were accepted. I'm afraid it will be the same this year. The Hidden Mist Academy was the most transcendent existence in Skywind City. This was because it was an academy established by a God Emperor level force, the Hidden Mist Sect. Those who performed well in the academy could even use it as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist Sect. Many of the God King level families in Skywind City had entered the Hidden Mist Academy and even joined the Hidden Mist Sect. A small number of them even had a certain status in the Hidden Mist Sect. The God King level families in Skywind City didn't dare to neglect the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. This was because once their family members fell into a disadvantage in the Hidden Mist Sect, it would be a great blow to their family. For example, if a disciple of the Zhu clan became an elder with a prominent status in the Hidden Mist Sect. As for the Zhong clan disciple, even if he did the best in the Hidden Mist Sect, he wouldn't be able to become an elder. In this case, the Zhu clan could completely suppress the Zhong clan. Over time, it wouldn't be difficult for the Zhu clan to destroy the Zhong clan. The Hidden Mist Sect wasn't the strongest God Emperor level force around Skywind City because there were many God Emperor level forces that weren't weaker than them. However, they were the closest God Emperor level force to Skywind City. Because of this, Skywind City was basically under their control. This could be seen from the existence of the Hidden Mist Academy. Half a month's time passed very quickly. The tightly closed gates of the Hidden Mist Academy were officially opened in the early morning of this day. Anyone with a bone age of less than 2,800 years could enter the recruitment area of the Hidden Mist Academy after passing the bone age test. Others weren't allowed to follow them in. Daughter, do your best. Strive for a good ranking. Even if you can't do it this year, you still have next year. As long as your ranking keeps rising, you will have hope of entering the Hidden Mist Academy. In front of the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, an old father was standing in front of his daughter, patiently guiding her. Son, if you can smoothly enter the Hidden Mist Academy, I can die in peace. Longer, do your best. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, all he saw was the scene of seniors sending their juniors over. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he participated in the college entrance exam on Earth in his previous life. He was an orphan. When he participated in the college entrance exam, he went alone. At the school gates, he saw a group of students of the same age being sent over by their parents. Other than envy, there was only envy. Chapter 36-32. When Duan Lingtian had taken the college entrance exam on Earth in his past life, he had been envious of such a scene. However, now, he was filled with emotions. In this life, he had a father, a mother, and a son. His family was perfect, and he had no regrets. The only regret he had was that his wife, Kerr, was not by his side. He had risked his life to travel from the Nine Serenities battlefield in the Devata realm to the realm battlefield and the mystic Handle land in the land of gods so he could reunite with his family. As long as he could bring his wife, Kerr, back to the land of gods, his family would be reunited. After shaking his head, Duan Lingtian went to the place where they tested their bone age at the entrance of the Hidden Fog Academy. There were already some people waiting there. They were all wearing silver-white uniforms with a badge on their chests that read Hidden Fog. Around the word Hidden Fog, there was a star mark. There were more than 20 people in a row of tables and chairs. There were 5 spots where 5 people could test their bone age at the same time. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people. Among the 20 people, the ones with the most star marks on their chests had 7, and the ones with the least star marks had 4. It was not difficult to guess that they were all students of the Hidden Fog Academy. From 4-star to 7-star students, there were all kinds of students. Do you see that? Those are the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. If you can wear that uniform one day, your name will go down in history. As Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance, he could hear the seniors talking to the juniors behind him. At the same time, there were 5 long lines at the entrance. Duan Lingtian was at the back of one of the lines. He moved forward as the number of people in front of him decreased. During this process, the people in front of him had also entered the Hidden Fog Academy after their bone age had been tested. The bone age test was not complicated. The Hidden Fog Academy had a special device. All one had to do was place one's hand on a formation plate, and the Hidden Fog Academy students would activate the formation plate to test one's bone age. Next. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Put your hands on me. He didn't even ask for Duan Lingtian's name. He just asked Duan Lingtian to put his hand on the disc array. The student in charge of Duan Lingtian's test stared at the disc array. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was nearly 2,700 years old, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Sir, you are nearly 2,700 years old. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, you can only participate in the 10-star assessment." "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. This was something he already knew. In the Hidden Mist Academy, once a student reached the age of 3,000, they would either graduate or leave the academy. Many of them were expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy because they didn't manage to advance to a higher level. In the Hidden Mist Academy, once a 9-star student reached the age of 2,800, the academy would force them to take the 10-star student exam. If they passed, they would be promoted. If they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. The students of the Hidden Fog Academy were divided into 10 stars. From 1-star to 10-star, the requirements for 1-star students were the lowest, and 10-star students were the highest. The minimum requirement for a 1-star student was to be over 1,000 years old, be a 6-combination celestial emperor, and have comprehended 2 types of profundities to a particular law. If one had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, one would only need to comprehend 1 type of profundity. 2-star students couldn't be older than 1,200 years old, and the requirements were raised accordingly. 3-star students couldn't be older than 1,400 years old. And so on and so forth. 9-star students couldn't be older than 2,600 years old. 10-star students couldn't be older than 2,800 years old. Duan Lingtian's bone age was close to 2,700 years old under the effect of the bone-hiding pill. Therefore, he could only participate in the 10-star assessment. The 10-star assessment was the most difficult among the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment process. At the very least, they had to become gods. Then, they had to comprehend all the profound meanings they were good at and fuse at least 2 types of profound meanings. If they wanted to comprehend the 4 supreme laws, they had to comprehend the fusion of 2 types of profound meanings. This level of assessment was not only for outsiders to participate in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment, but it was also for the Hidden Fog Academy's 9-star students. If they couldn't reach this level, they wouldn't be able to become a 10-star student. There weren't many 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. In the past 10 years, no outsiders had participated in the 10-star assessment. Due to this reason, the Hidden Fog Academy's student who was in charge of testing Duan Lingtian was shocked when he found out Duan Lingtian's bone age was close to 2,700 years old. He's going to participate in the 10-star assessment. Duan Lingtian's actions weren't that big, but it had attracted the attention of a few people around him. As word of mouth spread, even more people were surprised. He's almost 2,700 years old. At this age, he can only participate in the 10-star assessment. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. It's been more than 10 years since someone this old participated in the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment, right? Do you think he's confident? Under the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the gate of the Hidden Fog Academy and slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After walking through the gate of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian saw a Hidden Fog Academy student standing at the end of the road, holding a huge signboard and guiding people to the place where the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test was held. The Hidden Fog Academy's assessment wasn't so inflexible that it couldn't be changed. Although the Hidden Fog Academy had strict requirements for every star, it could only be said that as long as one met the requirements and no accidents happened, they would be able to pass the corresponding assessment with a 100% success rate. Some people with other abilities, even if they were close to the requirements but didn't meet them, would still be able to smoothly pass the assessment. Otherwise, they would only need to show their cultivation and comprehension of the law. There was no need for any assessment at all. Under the guidance of the signboard, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the place where the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test was held. It was a vast open space, and there were already many people standing there. In front of everyone were 10 roads leading in different directions, and there was a signboard at the intersection of each road. 1-star assessment area. 2-star assessment area. 3-star assessment area. Obviously, different roads led to different star levels of the assessment. I can choose at will. Does this mean that I can participate in the assessment of other star-level students? I'm not sure if I can pass the 7-star assessment, but I'm sure I can pass the 6-star assessment. I just don't know if there's a need to test my bone age again. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the open space, he heard a voice. It was a young man talking. You're thinking too much. There's still a need to test your bone age. Your age isn't right, so it's impossible for you to participate in that level of assessment. That's right. There are many people who want to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. You think you're the only smart one? It's better for you to obediently participate in the assessment of your level. It's said that in the past, there were people who did what you said, but without exception, they were all blacklisted by the Hidden Fog Academy. They can't participate in the assessment for the rest of their lives. Many people thought that they were lucky, but as soon as they thought about it, they were mercilessly suppressed by other people who knew about it. Duan Lingtian did not stay there for long. He walked to the road leading to the 10-star assessment area. There were more or less people entering the other roads. However, Duan Lingtian was the only one entering the road leading to the 10-star assessment area. This made him the focus of everyone's attention. Look. Someone is participating in the 10-star assessment this year. It's been more than 10 years since an outsider participated in the 10-star assessment, right? I didn't expect such a fierce person to come this year. I don't know if he's fierce or not, but his courage is good. The 10-star assessment. It said that people might die. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions behind him, but he didn't care. Not to mention the current him, even half a month ago before he obtained the 3 divine pill, he could easily participate in the 10-star assessment of the Hidden Fog Academy without any suspense. As for now, he didn't take it seriously. For him, this was just a formality. Although the Hidden Fog Academy can provide me with good resources, it's definitely not as good as the Hidden Fog sect. After entering the Hidden Fog Academy, the next step is to enter the Hidden Fog sect. Walking on the road, Duan Lingtian had a rough outline of the path he wanted to take next. To him, everything he wanted to do was to allow himself to grow quickly. Of course, on the road to growth, he wanted to be as stable as possible. He was very clear about the principle of the bird that sticks out gets shot first. If possible, it was better to grow in a low-key manner. After all, in the mystic handle land of the Plains of Gods, he was alone and had no one to rely on. Although he had met a young girl with an extraordinary background half a month ago, and she had even called him brother intimately, he knew that it was only because he looked like her brother. In the future, he might not have anything to do with her. Even if she had a divine emperor powerhouse by her side, even if she was a divine king or above, it had nothing to do with him. He could only rely on himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were in a mess, and he didn't notice that there were 2 figures standing in the sky above him. "Miss, we should go." If Duan Lingtian saw them, he would recognize them at a glance. They were the girl he met half a month ago, Duan Xiaoyu, and the beautiful woman beside her, Yu Qiushuan. At this moment, Yu Qiushuan was urging Duan Xiaoyu to leave. "Aunt Xian, are we really not doing anything?" Duan Xiaoyu looked at the purple figure below, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Chapter 36-33. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening above his head. Or rather, he didn't notice their existence at all. The difference in strength was too great. However, as he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers and trees, and it was refreshing and pleasant. At this moment, there was a green-clad old man standing in the open space in the courtyard. He stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed as he rested his mind. Although the old man was old, he didn't lose his scholarly temperament. Just by standing there, he gave off an unfathomable feeling as if he was a peerless scholar. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the courtyard, the old man opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, his sharp gaze seemed to cross the barrier of space and fell directly on Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. It was as if someone had seen through all of his secrets and desires. Of course, this was just an illusion. His secrets, and even God-emperors and ultimate gods would not be able to see through his internal microcosm after he closed it off. Not to mention godly kings and godly emperors, even godly emperors and ultimate gods would not be able to see through the microcosm. "Senior, I'm here to participate in the 10-star assessment." Duan Lingtian stood outside the courtyard and looked at the old man from afar as he spoke in a clear voice. He didn't know why, but whether it was the old man in front of him or the courtyard he was in, they gave him a fleeting feeling. It was as if everything was just a fleeting firework that could appear and disappear at any time. It's been more than 10 years since an outsider participated in the 10-star assessment. The old man's deep gaze met Duan Lingtian's as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's heart. "Little guy, I wish you good luck." Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and a small 3-story pagoda flew towards Duan Lingtian. It grew bigger in the blink of an eye and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It looked as if it was suppressing Duan Lingtian. In fact, when the old man threw the pagoda over, Duan Lingtian guessed that the 10-star assessment of the Hidden Fog Academy would be held in this pagoda. It was impossible for the old man to attack him. First of all, he had no enmity with the old man. Moreover, this was the place where the Hidden Fog Academy recruited 10-star students. As the host of the assessment, it was impossible for the old man to attack him personally. It turned out that it was just as Duan Lingtian thought. When the exquisite pagoda flew over and began to expand, the old man's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. This is the 3-story tower of trials that the Hidden Mist Academy has prepared for 10-star students. As long as you pass the trial, you'll become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. The Hidden Mist Academy had different tests for students of different star ranks. For 10-star students, the Hidden Fog Academy even prepared the Divine Weapon Tower of Trials. This Divine Artifact Tower of Trial was created by a Divine Artifact Master of the Hidden Fog sect, which was located behind the Hidden Fog Academy. A Divine Artifact Master was actually a weapon refiner, but because they could refine divine artifacts, they were not only called weapon refiners, but also Divine Artifact Masters. This was the same as a Divine Pill Master. A Divine Pill Master was an alchemist who could refine divine pills. In the realms of gods, there were some alchemists who couldn't refine divine pills. These alchemists were not qualified to be called Divine Pill Masters. In the Tower of Trials, if you're not careful, you'll be in danger of dying. If you can't hold on, just shout for help and I'll get you out. Remember to shout in time. If you're too late, I might not be able to save you. The old man continued, later, the Tower of Trials will extend a suction force and envelop you. Don't resist and let it suck you in. Once you're in, the trial will begin. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful suction force coming from the Tower of Trials. Of course, although the suction force was strong, Duan Lingtian could still resist it. But after listening to the old man's words, he did not resist. He allowed the suction force to suck him into the Tower of Trials. Whoosh! After the Tower of Trials sucked Duan Lingtian in, it floated at a low altitude. After Duan Lingtian entered the Tower of Trials, the originally dim doors and windows of the Tower of Trials changed a little. To be more precise, there were some changes on the first floor. I wonder if this little fellow will be able to clear half of the second floor's hurdles. The old man glanced at the Tower of Trials and then closed his eyes. Of the 3 floors of the Tower of Trials, one only needed to pass 2 floors to reach the 3rd floor and light up the candles on the 3rd floor to pass the 10-star test and become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Now, after Duan Lingtian entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, the 1st floor lit up with a faint light. That was the sign that someone had entered the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials. As Duan Lingtian passed through the tests on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, the candles grew brighter and brighter. When it reached a certain level, it meant that he had passed all the tests on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials and could proceed to the 2nd floor. That senior didn't tell me how to pass the 10-star test. Pass all 3 floors of the Tower of Trials? After Duan Lingtian was sent into the Tower of Trials, he appeared in a vast environment. It was a completely different world. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog. Whoosh, whoosh. As the fog around him fluctuated, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the fluctuations of the array's power. Then, one figure after another appeared in the array and charged at him. It was a group of array spirits with the strength of a lesser god. There are 10 of them. In the blink of an eye, 10 human-shaped phantoms surrounded Duan Lingtian. The number of array spirits was fully revealed. Buzz. One of the array spirits took the lead and attacked first. A flaming blade flashed, and at the same time, he displayed various profundities of the law of fire one by one. During this process, it was not difficult to see that he had mastered all the profundities of the law of fire to greater mastery. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the first array spirit made his move, the other 9 also made their moves. Although the laws they comprehended were different, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they all comprehended all the profundities of a certain law to greater mastery. However, none of the array spirits had comprehended the fusion profundities. It's normal that the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower is simple. Although Duan Lingtian felt that the hurdle in front of him was meaningless, he also knew that it was not up to him to decide whether it was meaningful or not. No matter how meaningless it was, it would consume a certain amount of divine power for an ordinary person. Destroy them. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 10 formation spirits that were charging at him from all directions. He casually lifted his hand and slapped out. Instantly, the raging space energy seemed to have formed a small space storm in the blink of an eye. It swept through the air and destroyed the 10 formation spirits along with their attacks. To Duan Lingtian, passing the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower was a piece of cake. Then, in just a few breaths' time, the second hurdle appeared. It was still the same spot, and there were still array spirits. However, this time, the array spirits were not in human form. Instead, they were array spirits in the form of various beasts. They were more powerful than the previous array spirits and there were more of them. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was no different from the first hurdle. Outside the trial tower, the old man was originally resting with his eyes closed, but in the end, he could not help but open his eyes and look at the trial tower in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he found that the candlelight on the first level of the trial tower was flashing at an extremely exaggerated speed. Every time it flashed, the pearl light would become brighter. At first, he was not surprised that the candlelight would become brighter after a few breaths' time. However, after a few times, the speed of the candlelight becoming brighter was still as fast as before. This made him a little surprised. It seems that after more than 10 years, the first outsider to participate in our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment is quite capable. With the strength he has shown so far, it should not be difficult for him to pass half of the second level. A rare look of anticipation appeared on the old man's face. Although more than 10 years was not a long time. However, for him, who was mainly in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment, it was rare for an outsider to participate in the assessment for more than 10 years. I don't know if he can continue to insta-kill the last few array spirits on the first level. If he can insta-kill all of them, then he will have a chance to pass the second level and enter the third level. The anticipation in the old man's eyes grew even stronger. Every year, during the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment assessment, he would wait here for someone to participate in the 10-star assessment. However, after waiting for more than 10 years, no one came, so he could not help but feel bored. Now, someone finally came, and his performance so far was outstanding. Naturally, he could not help but pay attention. After a few breaths' time, the light on the first level of the trial tower flashed again, and the old man's eyes also lit up. Not bad. After a few more breaths' time, the light increased again, and the old man could not help but smile and nod. When the same light appeared again, the old man's eyes flashed again. When it appeared again, the old man's face finally showed surprise. The last hurdle, finally, they reached the last checkpoint of the Tower of Trials. The old man's expression turned slightly serious. If possible, he naturally hoped that the young man who entered the Tower of Trials could continue to insta-kill the last checkpoint of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Once he could do that, he would have a great chance of passing the second level of the Trial Tower and entering the third level. He would then pass the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment and officially become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. I hope this kid can do it. Even in the Hidden Fog Academy, there hasn't been a new 10-star student in the academy for 30 years. At this moment, the old man was also looking forward to it. Chapter 36-34. In the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many 10-star students. Now, there were only 30 or so people. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had to graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy and go to the Hidden Fog sect when they were 3,000 years old. Of course, when a 10-star student graduated and entered the Hidden Fog sect, they would directly become an inner sect disciple. They didn't need to work hard like ordinary outer sect disciples. Only after passing the inner sect disciple exam could they enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. In the past 30 years, the Hidden Fog Academy hadn't produced a 10-star student. In these 30 years, many outsiders participated in the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment and the 10-star exam, but they all failed. Some of the 9-star students were forced to participate in the 10-star exam when they reached the age limit, but they also failed. The 9-star students who failed could choose to enter the Hidden Fog sect as an outer sect disciple. They could also choose to leave the Hidden Fog Academy and have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, in the Hidden Fog Academy, only 10-star students could come into contact with the core things of the Hidden Fog Academy. For example, God King level cultivation methods. For example, some things that could help one comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old man outside was thinking. He was currently walking up the stairs to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. This staircase didn't exist before. To be more precise, it didn't exist before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It only appeared after Duan Lingtian passed the 10 checkpoints of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. All the checkpoints on the first floor of the Tower of Trials are nothing to anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. I'm afraid anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy can destroy all the array spirits on the first floor with one move. With a thought, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the stairs. When he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed again. This time, after the scene changed, he didn't appear in the same place as before. Instead, he appeared in an abyss. The abyss was surrounded by darkness and he couldn't even see his own fingers. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian did not panic. Divine power rose from his body and flashed, illuminating the dark area around him. However, what he was using now was not the law of fire after all. Moreover, he did not plan on using too much of his divine power, so he could only illuminate an area that was neither too big nor too small, and this area was also an area that he could control. He wasn't worried about a sneak attack. Now that the second level of the Tower of Trials had appeared in this place, he guessed that the array spirits of the second level had launched a sneak attack on him. Initially, under such circumstances, as long as he used the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, he could easily deal with any sneak attack. However, when he thought about how the situation in the Tower of Trials might be spied on, he dismissed the idea. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. He did not intend to reveal his mastery of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth in this profound Handle land so early. At the very least, he didn't plan on exposing himself to the students of the Hidden Fog sect or even the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with waves of light sounds of wind blowing out, Duan Lingtian was able to hear the sounds of figures flashing from all directions. Just as he'd thought, the second level of the Pagoda of Trials was precisely the sneak attack of the formation spirit. Soon, the array spirits appeared. More than a dozen human-shaped shadows attacked Duan Lingtian from all directions at the same time through various tricky angles. Their strength is not stronger than the array spirits of the first level's last level. Before Duan Lingtian thought about it, the divine power that rose around him was imbued with the fused profundity of the law of space. Then, with a sweep, he killed all of the array spirits. The entire process was neat and tidy, without the slightest bit of hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian continued to pass through the levels. When he reached the 6th level, Duan Lingtian realized that the array spirits had become stronger. Although they were still lower-rank gods, they had mastered the fused profundity. Even if it was only the fusion of 2 profundities of a certain law, it was still incomparable to the array spirits from before. The two were not at the same level at all. It's time to keep a low profile. Although Duan Lingtian could still kill the 3 array spirits in front of him with his current strength, Duan Lingtian did not do so. It took him more than a dozen breaths of time to destroy the 3 array spirits. A dozen breaths of time. It should be considered long, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In fact, Duan Lingtian had deliberately held back in the previous levels, so some of the levels took him nearly 10 breaths of time. At the same time, outside the Tower of Trials, the 6th level of the 2nd level, he only took 15 breaths of time to pass. The old man who had been pleasantly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian's previous performance and thought that Duan Lingtian would pass the assessment smoothly and become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy was dumbfounded when he saw Duan Lingtian pass the 6th level of the 2nd level in just a dozen breaths of time. It must be known that the 6th level of the 2nd level could be said to be a watershed. In the history of the Hidden Mist Academy, there were many people who took less than 10 breaths of time to pass the 5th level of the 2nd level. However, among these people, the most outstanding one took more than 50 breaths of time to pass the 6th level of the 2nd level. But now, the young man in the Tower of Trials only took 15 breaths of time. Was this a joke? Could it be? There's a problem with the Tower of Trials? With that thought in mind, the old man sent his divine sense into the Tower of Trials to check the array. However, after a few breaths of time, he still couldn't find anything wrong with the array. Everything he checked told him that there was something wrong with the array. The Tower of Trials was normal. When the old man came back to his senses and looked at the second level of the Tower of Trials, he found that the candlelight above was much brighter than before. This means that he passed the third level of the second level? The old man was dumbfounded. Didn't that mean that little guy inside the Tower of Trials had passed 2 more levels in the time it took him to check the Tower of Trials? Until now. It has been at most 50 breaths of time, right? The old man's heart trembled. He was completely frightened. However, as time passed, the old man found that what shocked him even more was what happened next. Although the little guy who was participating in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star exam would slow down a little after each level, he still took less than 50 breaths of time to pass the 10th level of the second level, which was also the last level. With his strength, I'm afraid that he can pass the first 5 levels of the third level. The old man thought to himself. While the old man was still in shock, Duan Lingtian had already reached the third level of the Tower of Trials and started to pass the levels. The third level of the third level, the first level already made Duan Lingtian feel a little pressure. Of course, it was only a little pressure. This level. Even those who meet the Hidden Mist Academy's requirement of becoming a 10-star student would not be able to pass it easily. It seems that the Hidden Mist Academy only needs to come to the third level of the Tower of Trials to recruit 10-star students. Facing the first level of the third level of the Tower of Trials, Duan Lingtian repeatedly teleported to avoid the Array Genie's attacks. He was not in a hurry to make a move, so he wasted a lot of time. Outside the Tower of Trials, the old man was stunned. It has been almost 15 minutes. Could it be that the little guy knows that the 10-star student exam is over here, so he did not continue? In his opinion, with the strength that the little guy had shown when he passed the second level of the Tower of Trials, it would not be difficult for him to pass the first 5 levels of the third level. Moreover, if he was trying to pass the levels, he should have passed the first level of the third level by now. Just as the old man frowned, he saw the candlelight on the third level of the Tower of Trials light up a little. This meant that the first level of the third level of the Tower of Trials had been passed. It seems that he doesn't know. Seeing that the first level of the Tower of Trials had been passed, the old man smiled. His eyes flashed with curiosity. This little guy. Will he challenge the 6th level of the third level? I'm really curious, what kind of expression will he have at that time? In the history of the Hidden Mist Academy, no one had ever passed the 6th test of the third floor. In fact, in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, not a single disciple under 3,000 years of age had passed. That checkpoint was also known as the checkpoint of death by the Hidden Fog Academy and even the Hidden Fog sect. While the old man was still lost in his thoughts, Duan Lingtian had already begun the second challenge of the third floor. To him, this trial was still as easy as blowing off dust. However, he still held back and deliberately delayed for some time. Time passed. Duan Lingtian spent. Well, after delaying for some time, he successfully passed the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. Then, after seeing the 6th level of the Tower of Trials, he knew that he couldn't continue. If he continued, the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, would come to see him personally. Even if the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect knew about him, he wouldn't be able to sit still. The 6th level of the Tower of Trials was not something a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy could pass. In fact, Duan Lingtian was sure that he could pass. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no 10-star student had ever passed this level. This was because when he faced the 6th level of the third floor of the Tower of Trials, without using the 4 Taos of Heaven and Earth or the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he would need to use all his strength to pass the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Compared to the 5th level of the third floor of the Tower of Trials, the difficulty was on a completely different level. For the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, even if Duan Lingtian used an ordinary divine weapon, without using the 4 Taos of Heaven and Earth or the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he could easily pass the 5th level of the Tower of Trials in a few breaths of time. However, the 6th level would be very difficult. Help! Duan Lingtian pretended to be struggling to resist the attacks of the 6th level of the Tower of Trials as he shouted. Although he felt awkward, there was nothing he could do. In this situation, it seemed like he could only shout like this to make the old man outside think that he couldn't win and ask for help. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt very helpless. He just wanted to keep a low profile. Why was it so difficult? Chapter 36-35. Outside the Tower of Trials, the old man smiled when he heard the call for help. He wasn't surprised. If the old man hadn't asked for help, he would have been surprised. After all, even the most outstanding superior god of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to pass the 6th test on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, let alone a lesser god or intermediate god. And this was under the condition that they used a divine artifact. Whoosh! As the old man raised his hand, a beam of light shot out from his hand. It was a bead wrapped in dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the top of the Tower of Trials. After the bead was placed on top of the Tower of Trials, it fit perfectly. In the next moment, the light above the Tower of Trials dispersed. Ripples spread out from the bead at the top of the Tower of Trials. They rotated downwards and enveloped the entire Tower of Trials. At the same time, the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials shone brightly. Then, as a beam of light shot out from the Tower of Trials, a figure appeared at the right time. It was Duan Lingtian, who had been sent into the Tower of Trials. Congratulations! As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, the old man looked at him and congratulated him with a smile. You have passed our Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment test for 10-star students. From today onwards, you are a 10-star student of our Hidden Fog Academy. I am a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. My name is Yun Hui. Now, when the old man faced Duan Lingtian, he was no longer as indifferent and cold as before. Instead, he was much more enthusiastic. What's your name? Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian felt the change in the old man's attitude, he didn't think much of it. Even if it was snobbish, he felt it was normal. In this world where the strong were respected, before you had enough strength, you could only be bullied. Good name. The old man smiled and asked, Where are you from? In response to the old man's question, Duan Lingtian made up a random place. Even if the old man tried to find him, he might not be able to find him. Moreover, when the Hidden Fog Academy recruited new students, they didn't look into the background of the students as long as they had enough talent, perception, and memory. Generally, those who displayed talent and perception were those who had great achievements at a young age. For example, a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy could be considered a rare genius in 100 years in the God King level families of Tianfeng City. Among the 30 10-star students of the Hidden Mist Academy, the Zhu family, one of the God King level families of Tianfeng City, only had 2 10-star students, while the Zhong family only had 2 10-star students. Some Godly King level family clans only had 1 Godly King. A 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy could be considered a top genius in Skywind City. It represented the pinnacle of talent and comprehension. Of course, this was only in Wind City. In the Hidden Fog sect, which was located behind the Hidden Fog Academy, there were even more talented disciples. Moreover, they weren't any less talented than the 10-star disciples of the Hidden Fog Academy. As for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students, although there weren't as many as the hairs on an ox in the Hidden Fog sect, there were still hundreds and thousands of them. Moreover, they were all around the same age as the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. These people were all inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Now, the teacher of Wui Academy, Yun Hui, who was in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student recruitment, was so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't because Duan Lingtian had passed the 10-star student recruitment exam. If Duan Lingtian had barely passed the 10-star student recruitment exam, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. Not to mention, he was so enthusiastic now. The reason he was so enthusiastic was because Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tower of Trials had stunned him. It could even be said that it had scared him. Because he was certain among the 30 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was absolutely no one who could do what Duan Lingtian had done. Duan Lingtian's speed on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials, had even broken the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student recruitment record. It was a brand new record. Of course, this was something Duan Lingtian didn't know. As for the third floor of the Tower of Trials, although Duan Lingtian's speed had slowed down, it was still ridiculously fast. Only the first floor was slower, so it should have taken a lot of time. The second floor of the Tower of Trials took less than 200 breaths. Yun Hui thought to himself, as for the specifics, the dean will have to see it personally to know. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for a while, Yun Hui got to the point. You have successfully passed the 10-star student recruitment exam of our Hidden Fog Academy. Now, you can directly become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. I still have to wait here for the outsiders who might come to participate in the 10-star student recruitment exam. You can follow the teacher who will come later and go through the admission procedures. The teacher I called is my junior brother. I have already talked to him. He will help you through the entire process. You just need to follow him. Yun Hui said with a smile on his face. A genius like the person in front of him would definitely graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy in the future. Even if he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he would definitely be valued. If he performed well in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become one of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect. He might even have a chance to become a divine emperor. Forming a good relationship with him now would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Even if he knew that Yun Hui had some ulterior motive for taking care of him, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. He even thought that this was human nature. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would do this. Of course, only he knew that Yun Hui's understanding of him was still too limited. His goal wasn't to make a name for himself in the Hidden Fog sect. His goal was to use the Hidden Fog sect as a springboard to go to the Plane of Gods, the Mystic Handle Land. Whether it was the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was destined to be a passing traveler. You will be a student of the Hidden Fog Academy in the future, and I will be a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. You can call me Teacher Yun Hui. There is no need to call me Senior. Yun Hui smiled. His tone was very polite. Senior brother. After a dozen breaths of time, a loud voice came from the distance. The person didn't arrive, but the voice arrived first. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw a swift figure appear in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore a long blue robe. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were sharp. However, when his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, it softened. You are Duan Lingtian, right? I am Tong Guyue, Yun Hui's junior brother. The middle-aged man introduced himself first. I am also a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. However, senior brother is a teacher of 10-star students, and I am only a teacher of 9-star students. In the Hidden Fog Academy, each level of student had a different teacher. The higher the level of the student, the higher the cultivation of their teacher, and the stronger the teacher was. For example, Yun Hui was one of the strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was second only to the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, there was only the dean, and there was no vice dean. If there was a vice dean in name only, Yun Hui and the other strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy were qualified to be the vice dean. At the same time, Yun Hui and the other strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy were also inner sect elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, the weaker inner sect elders didn't have a strong presence in the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Tong Guyue. Duan Lingtian greeted Tong Guyue with a smile. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, he naturally couldn't ignore him. Not to mention that he was weaker than Tong Guyue now. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't ignore Tong Guyue's enthusiasm. He couldn't treat him coldly because he wasn't the kind of person who would bully the weak. He always followed the principle of if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Senior brother, I'll bring Duan Lingtian over. Tong Guyue greeted Yun Hui. Go. Yun Hui smiled and said, this time, Duan Lingtian's appearance is destined to give the stagnant 10-star students a pleasant surprise. Perhaps, the stagnant water will soon become a living water. The Hidden Fog Academy hadn't had a 10-star student in the past 30 years. The 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy were all familiar with each other, except for those who were removed from the list due to age. They had already decided on who was stronger and who was weaker. Usually, they would just stay among the students and cultivate. There were very few disputes. It was very, very long before a 10-star student challenged another 10-star student. Yoon Hui was one of the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Usually, when he went out for the exam, he could see the 10-star students get angry. When they were in the Hidden Fog Academy, they were all like docile kittens and rarely caused trouble. This made the atmosphere among the 10-star students seem lifeless. Now, Duan Lingtian's appearance was destined to give the 10-star students a pleasant surprise. He had already foreseen this. Ha ha! It seems that senior brother has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Tong Guiyue smiled. Then, Tong Guiyue looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll take you to go through the formalities and then take you to the 10-star students' dormitory. Before taking Duan Lingtian away, Tong Guiyue also got a certificate from Yoon Hui, the teacher who had taken the exam for Duan Lingtian. It proved that Duan Lingtian had passed the exam. Of course, this was only for the sake of the school's registration. Apart from that, the real thing that confirmed Duan Lingtian's passing was the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials was in the hands of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean. The dean could see Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tower of Trials through the floating image pearl and finally confirmed that Duan Lingtian had passed the exam. Of course, the Hidden Fog Academy's dean only personally checked the 10-star students' exam. He never asked about the other students' exams. This was because, to a certain extent, 10-star students were considered inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. The exam was the most important and they couldn't be careless. Chapter 36-36. Under Tong Guiyue's lead, Duan Lingtian followed him into the sky and flew towards the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy. Usually, students are not allowed to fly in the Hidden Fog Academy. Unless there is a teacher leading the way, they will be punished. Tong Guiyue said to Duan Lingtian in the sky. Then he smiled and said, of course, if you are a student who just entered the Hidden Fog Academy, you have an exemption. Now, even without my guidance, the Academy will at most give you a warning and won't really punish you. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, Tong Guiyue deliberately took Duan Lingtian around the Hidden Fog Academy. During this process, Duan Lingtian first saw a group of people who came to the Hidden Fog Academy to participate in the exam today. These people were distributed among the various star students. Among them, the number of people who participated in the 9-star exam was the least. There were only a few people, less than 10. Then, the number of people who participated in the 8-star exam increased. There were even more people who participated in the 7-star exam. Of course, the most people who participated in the 1-star exam were those who were under 1,000 years old. If Duan Lingtian didn't take the bone concealment pill to hide his bone age, he would be there to participate in the exam. After all, he was less than 700 years old. Of course, as long as he had the strength, he could participate in the higher star exam even though he was less than 1,000 years old. He could even participate in the 10-star exam. However, it would definitely cause a sensation. Just like his performance in the 10-star exam today. If he was still under 700 years old, not only would it shock the Hidden Fog Academy, Wind City, and even the Hidden Fog sect. If the news were to spread, even those Emperor God-level forces would be alarmed. After all, there was almost no one who had such strength under 1,000 years old, even in the God-Emperor level forces. Only those God-Venerable level forces could produce such an existence. And even in the God-Venerable level forces, such an existence was considered a heavenly pride that was heavily nurtured. They were the pillars of the God-Venerable level forces in the future. That is the dormitory of the 1-star students. That is the dormitory of the 2-star students. Under Tong Guiyue's guidance, Duan Lingtian was able to see the dormitories of the 1-star and 9-star students. Although they were not in the same place, they were all very close together. With Tong Guiyue's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the surrounding buildings. I'll take you to register first, then I'll take you to the 10-star student dormitory. The 10-star student dormitory has the best cultivation environment in the entire Hidden Mist Academy. It also has a place to help you comprehend laws of nature, but that place is competitive. The stronger the 10-star student, the longer they can stay there. I'll tell you the basics first. I'll tell you the details when I bring you over after you've registered. Under Tong Guo's guidance, Duan Lingtian quickly completed the 10-star student registration process. At the same time, he received the 10-star student uniform. The badge on his chest was surrounded by 10 stars, which was the symbol of a 10-star student. The 10-star student dormitory is adjacent to the teachers' and the dean's residence. The place where we live is the core of the spirit gathering array. The spirit chi of heaven and earth there is even richer, so the 10-star students can enjoy everything we enjoy. In addition, the 10-star students can receive a lot of divine stones from the academy every once in a while. Also, the academy will issue some missions for the 10-star students. If they complete the missions, they can receive more divine stones. The academy will regularly conduct assessments for the 10-star students. Every time, the academy will give out rewards. There are many divine pills, divine fruits, and divine weapons that are useful to gods. On the way to the 10-star student dormitory, Tong Guo told Duan Lingtian a lot about the 10-star students. We're here. Under Tong Guo's guidance, Duan Lingtian soon arrived in the air above a patch of fog. He controlled his altitude slightly and could see the courtyards surrounding the central area. The closer they were to the central area, the larger the courtyards were. The closest to the central area were 5 spacious courtyards. There were 10 courtyards on the periphery, 20 courtyards on the periphery, and 40 courtyards on the periphery. The central area shrouded in fog is where the teachers and the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy cultivate. The 75 courtyards on the periphery are the 10-star students' dormitories. As you can see, the closer you are to the central area, the larger the courtyards are. This is only on the surface. In fact, the closer you are to the central area, the denser the spirit chi of heaven and earth you can absorb for cultivation. Right now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that you're sensing here is already considered to be very concentrated. However, it's only at the level of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the 40 10-star students in the outermost perimeter of the Master Teacher Academy's dormitory would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10-star students' dormitories are divided into 4 grades: high grade, middle grade, low grade, and low grade. The 10-star students who live in the dormitories of each grade receive different amounts of spirit stones from the academy every once in a while. This is also a competitive atmosphere created by the academy. Speaking of this, Tong Guo seemed to have thought of something and sighed. However, since a long time ago, the good dormitories have been occupied by students with backgrounds. Even if they are weaker, they can still occupy a good dormitory. As for the other students, even if they are stronger than them, because they don't want to offend them, they are willing to live in a worse dormitory. Of course, there is no lack of people with strong temperaments. They will compete for the best dormitories. However, there are many of these people in the beginning, but as time goes on, there are fewer and fewer of them. This is because when these people enter the Hidden Fog sect in the future, they will be targeted by the elders of the Hidden Fog sect of the students they offended. This sort of targeting, they won't be punished by the sect if they use force. Towards the end, Tong Guo's tone was filled with helplessness. 20 years ago, the dean publicly announced that any student who enters the Hidden Fog sect and encounters unfair treatment can look for him. However, those students have long been enslaved. In addition, there are no new 10-star students, so the environment of the 10-star dormitories is still like a pool of stagnant water. After hearing Tong Guo's words, Duan Lingtian also understood the meaning behind Yunhui's words. He obviously felt that he could be the one to break the silence of the 10-star dormitories. There are a total of 5 high-grade dormitories, 10 middle-grade dormitories, and 20 low-grade dormitories. These dormitories are all occupied. Our Hidden Fog Academy has 37 10-star students, and only 2 of them live in the low-grade dormitories. You are a new student, so according to the rules, you can only live in the low-grade dormitories. However, you can apply to challenge the people in the low-grade dormitories. As long as you put up a challenge card and there is someone in the dormitory, The other party must accept the challenge within a month. Otherwise, their right to live in the low-grade dormitory will be forcefully revoked and they will be banished to the low-grade dormitory. Tongue continued, if you want to challenge the higher-grade dormitories, you will have to go through the levels. For example, you are currently living in the low-grade dormitory, so you are not qualified to challenge the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitories. You can only challenge the low-grade dormitories and then the middle-grade dormitories before you can challenge the high-grade dormitories. After listening to Tongua's explanation, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the rules of the 10-star dormitories. Before coming to the realm of gods, he had encountered some forces with similar rules, so it was not difficult for him to understand Tongua's words. Where can I get a challenge card? Duan Lingtian asked Tongue. Do you see that building? Under Tongu's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw a building outside the dormitory. The building was not big, but it was not small either. That's the place that provides all kinds of services to the 10-star students, Tongue said. Whether it's to challenge the higher-grade dormitories or to collect divine stones and other rewards, you can only collect them from there. You just need to bring your identity token with you. Tongue walked Duan Lingtian all the way to the low-grade dormitories before bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Before leaving, Tongue said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll be able to live in a high-grade dormitory soon. To a certain extent, these words were meant to encourage Duan Lingtian, and he also hoped that Duan Lingtian wouldn't shrink back just because of the powerful background behind some of the 10-star students. The dean has always been a man of his word. His words are definitely not as simple as they seem. Although Tongue had repeatedly confirmed the credibility of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Duan Lingtian also knew that it was only convenient for him to act when the students who were being oppressed had evidence. Otherwise, even if he was the Hidden Fog sect's vice-sect master, it would be difficult for him to casually target an inner sect disciple or even an elder without evidence. It was also because of this that the 10-star students ignored the promise he made 20 years ago. Of course, half of them were willing because they were used to being oppressed. Creak. Duan Lingtian arrived in front of one of the low-grade dormitories. He raised his hand and swept the courtyard door open. Dust flew everywhere. It was clear that no one usually cleaned this place. However, as his hands moved, his divine power turned into wind and swept the entire courtyard. Even the rooms inside were cleaned up, making the entire dormitory look brand new. It was as if there was not a speck of dust. Are you a new student who just entered the academy today? Duan Lingtian had just stepped into the courtyard when a surprised voice came from outside. Then, a figure appeared at the entrance. Looking at the person's clothes, it was obvious that he was also a 10-star student. Chapter 36-37. Yes. The 10-star student who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a young man. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes shone brightly, but there was a hint of timidity on his face. He gave off an honest vibe. You're amazing. The person sighed. It has been almost 30 years since a new 10-star student appeared in our Hidden Fog Academy. Come in and talk. Duan Lingtian invited the person. My name is Duan Lingtian. What's your name? Even though Tongue had introduced quite a few things to him on the way here, those were all superficial things. There were many things that he wanted to understand in detail, but he couldn't keep wasting Tongu's time. Thus, he had already decided that he would find a way to ask the other 10-star students after moving in. Now that a 10-star student had come to his door, he naturally welcomed him with open arms. My name is Liu Jin. The newcomer gave a simple and honest smile and walked into the courtyard at the same time. In the next 2 hours, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things he wanted to know from Liu Jin. Liu Jin even introduced him to some of the stronger 10-star students and those who stayed in the elite dormitory and intermediate dormitory. There were 5 people living in the upper-grade dormitories. 4 of them were from God King level clans in Tianfeng City, and one of them was the young sect master of a God King level sect that dominated a small city near Tianfeng City. They were not as strong as the others, but they weren't the strongest. In the middle-grade dormitories, there were many people who were stronger than them. However, these people didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to offend them. In the lower grade dormitories, there were some people who were as strong as the upper grade dormitories. However, they didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to compete. If they dared to compete, many of the people living in the middle grade dormitories could move into the upper grade dormitories. Some people in the lower grade dormitories could move into the middle grade dormitories. Which grade dormitory do you live in? Duan Lingtian asked Liu Jin. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the latter could not help but smile awkwardly. Just like you, I'm staying in a low-class dormitory. It's not because I'm afraid of the people in the low-class dormitory. Many of them have backgrounds that are even worse than mine. I'm staying in a low-grade dormitory because I'm relatively weak. I am the last person before you to become a 10-star student. I'm a little over 2,800 years old this year, and I used to be a 9-star student. Liu Jin said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at him. Nice to meet you. Thank you for introducing so much to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and looked outside. Are you going out? Liu Jin was stunned. Put up the challenge sign. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Ah! Liu Jin was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. You plan to challenge the 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you going to stay here and wait for me to come back, or take me there? Although I know where to get the challenge sign, I don't know the process. If you're free, can you take me through the process? I'm free. I'll take you there. Liu Jin stood up as well. With a simple and honest smile, he led the way. 10 Stars Hall. The building that served the 10-star students was called the 10 Stars Hall. Several teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy were on duty inside. Under Liu Jin's lead, Duan Lingtian walked to the counter in the corner of the 10 Stars Hall. There was a middle-aged man sitting behind the counter, resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian, if you want to challenge the 10-star students in the low-class dormitory, you can challenge the people I told you about on the way here. They are the weakest among the 10-star students in the low-class dormitory. If you challenge them, you have a higher chance of winning. Liu Jin said to Duan Lingtian with a serious face. However, Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard Liu Jin's words. He did not give a clear answer. Liu Jin, on the other hand, thought Duan Lingtian understood, so he did not repeat himself. Teacher Chu. Liu Jin led Duan Lingtian to the counter and greeted the middle-aged man behind the counter with a smile. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Liu Jin with a smile. Liu Jin. What's wrong? Are you tired of staying in the low-class dormitory and want to challenge the low-class dormitory? Are you confident? Obviously, the middle-aged man knew Liu Jin, and from his tone, he seemed to be very familiar with Liu Jin. In fact, there were only so many 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. The teachers on duty in the 10 Stars Hall all knew the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Because some of the 10-star students had good tempers, they were very familiar with the teachers in the 10 Stars Hall. For example, Liu Jin was very familiar with the teacher in front of him. Teacher Chu, you misunderstand. Liu Jin shook his head. I came this time to bring Duan Lingtian. I believe you must have received the message and know that we have another 10-star student, right? As the teachers on duty in the 10 Stars Hall, they would receive the message when the 10-star students went through the admission procedures. Therefore, when the teacher heard Liu Jin's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian and was not too surprised. You are the 10-star student who passed the 10-star exam today, Duan Lingtian? Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian nodded at the teacher surnamed Chu. Amazing. The teacher nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Speaking of which, our Hidden Fog Academy has not had a new 10-star student for a long time. Your appearance has injected new blood into the 10-star student group. My name is Chu Fengyang, and I am the teacher on duty in the 10 Stars Hall. After Chu Fengyang finished speaking, he smiled and asked, which 10-star student do you want to challenge in the low-grade dormitory? According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, when you receive the challenge token, you must choose a target. This is also convenient for the 10 Stars Hall to record. After Chu Fengyang finished asking, he explained. Anyone is fine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Teacher Chu, can you help me choose a target? At this time, Liu Jin, who was standing beside Du and Lingtian, frowned slightly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian, didn't I tell you the names of the weaker 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory? You can challenge any one of them. Now, if you ask Teacher Chu to help you choose, he will either think that you are arrogant or that you look down on those 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Almost as soon as Liu Jin transmitted his voice to Du and Lingtian, the smile on Chu Fengyang's face instantly froze. At the same time, he looked deeply at Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian, do you really want me to help you choose? Let me remind you first. If you want me to help you choose, I will only choose one of the strongest people in the low-grade dormitory. Have you thought about it? Chu Fengyang's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He looked as if he was waiting for Du and Lingtian to change his mind. Teacher Chu, Liu Jin looked at Chu Fengyang with a bitter smile. When he was about to say something, Du and Lingtian interrupted him. He said to Chu Fengyang, Teacher Chu, then you can arrange for me the strongest 10-star student in the low-grade dormitory to be my opponent. From beginning to end, Du and Lingtian's expression didn't change. When Chu Fengyang saw Du and Lingtian's calmness, his expression turned serious. Are you serious? Does Teacher Chu think I'm joking with you? Du and Lingtian shook his head and asked. Okay. Chu Fengyang agreed. Since you want to do this, then I will arrange a strong opponent for you. Let's choose Ding Yang. Chu Fengyang said. Now, he could see that Du and Lingtian didn't seem to care about the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Because of this, he couldn't help but send a message to Yun Hui, who was in charge of the 10-star assessment. Yun Hui was his martial uncle in the Hidden Fog sect. He asked Yun Hui if Du and Lingtian had the strength to defeat the strongest people in the low-grade dormitory, and Yun Hui's answer was that as long as Du and Lingtian wanted to, not to mention a low-grade dormitory, he even had the ability to live in a high-grade dormitory. At that moment, he knew that Du and Lingtian was really confident. Hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Du and Lingtian didn't think much of it. This was because the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory were just a springboard for him. His goal was to defeat the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitory and take the high-grade dormitory by force. Liu Jin, who was beside Du and Lingtian, couldn't help but exclaim, Ding Yang? Liu Jin, don't make a fuss. Chu Fengyang looked at Liu Jin and said bluntly, to Du and Lingtian, Ding Yang is no different from the weakest 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. Du and Lingtian's strength is beyond your imagination. Millimeter? Liu Jin was stunned. You'll find out soon enough. Chu Fengyang continued, if possible, you'd better build a good relationship with Du and Lingtian. This is only beneficial for you. Teacher Chu, is Du and Lingtian very strong? Liu Jin asked curiously. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that Chu Fengyang must have heard something. Otherwise, his attitude wouldn't have changed so much. Whether he's strong or not, you'll know when you see his battle with Ding Yang. Perhaps, the battle with Ding Yang will only allow him to show the tip of the iceberg. Chu Fengyang said. Ding Yang's strength could only be ranked in the middle among the 10-star students. According to his martial uncle Yun Hui, he was obviously hinting that Du and Lingtian had the ability to defeat any 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy. Although he was shocked and even found it hard to believe, he was inclined to believe his martial uncle's words. This was because he knew that his martial uncle was not a person who would boast. Du and Lingtian, when Chu Fengyang looked at Du and Lingtian again, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He knew that Du and Lingtian's appearance was no different from the arrival of a wolf to the 10-star students. Chapter 36-38. Today was the day of the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment. Some 10-star students didn't know about it, while some 10-star students did. However, not many people cared because no one thought that a new 10-star student would join this year. After all, there hadn't been a new 10-star student in the past 30 years. Besides, the 10-star students who could join the Hidden Fog Academy today could be said to be outsiders. In terms of outsiders, not counting the 9-star students who passed the exam to become 10-star students, it had been 100 years since an outsider passed the exam and became a 10-star student. In another 50 years, I will graduate and enter the hidden fog sect to become an inner sect disciple. In the 10-star student dormitory group, 2 people were sitting at a table in a low-grade dormitory. They were drinking tea and chatting. You will be free soon. I still have to wait another 100 years. The other person sighed. The rules set by the academy are too rigid. If you want to graduate early and become an inner sect disciple of the hidden fog sect, you have to break the record set by a 10-star student in the past. It is said that this rule was set by the hidden fog sect to let the 10-star students cultivate. After all, if you go to the hidden fog sect, the competition will be even greater. That place isn't like the normal students. The oldest student there is no older than 3,000 years old. That place is filled with geniuses who are thousands of years old. Even if you have the same talent and perception, they are twice or thrice older than you. What do you have to compete with them? That being said, but as the saying goes, only with competitiveness comes motivation. Although there is competition among us 10-star students, it is more of a competition based on status and background. As the 2 of them chatted, they subconsciously glanced toward the depths of the 10-star student dormitory with a hint of enmity in their eyes. The 10-star dormitory was the best of the 5 high-grade dormitories. Only one of them was able to get in by relying on strength. The other 4 were able to get in by relying on their status and background. Regardless of their status and background, with their strength, they would at most be able to stay in a medium-grade dormitory. Just as the 2 were drinking cup after cup of tea gloomily, a light sound suddenly came from the entrance of another low-grade dormitory. In this quiet environment, it was particularly harsh. While both of them were still in a daze, a voice resonated from outside. Ding Yang, our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student, Duan Ling Tian, has passed the assessment today. He's here to challenge you. You know the rules, so there's no need to explain them. Don't waste too much time, lest you lose without a fight. After the voice was heard, the 2 exchanged glances. This is the voice of 10 Stars Hall's teacher Chu Fengyang? I think so. The next moment, the 2 of them stood up tacitly and walked out of the courtyard. At a glance, they saw 3 figures standing in front of the low-rank dormitory. They recognized 2 of them. Teacher Chu Fengyang, who was in the 10 Stars Hall, and Liu Jin, who was at the bottom of the 10 Stars Hall, were present. Other than the 2 of them, there was another figure standing proudly at the side. This was a young man in purple clothes. He had a handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, it made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. He is the new 10-star student that was recruited today? Didn't teacher Chu Fengyang already say that? Moreover, he even put up the challenge card. My God. In our Hidden Fog Academy, it has been hundreds of years since an outsider became a 10-star student, right? The 2 of them were shocked. At the same time, they silently remembered the name of this young man in purple clothes. He was Duan Lingtian, a new student. Not long after Chu Fengyang finished speaking, a creaking sound came from the courtyard. Then, a red figure walked out of the room and arrived in front of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. As soon as he approached, the courtyard door automatically opened to both sides. Of course, the courtyard door wouldn't open by itself. He used his own strength and aura to open the courtyard door. After walking out of the courtyard door, he took down the challenge card hanging on the door. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the purple figure standing at the side. Teacher Chu, is he Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also sizing up the person who came out of the courtyard. He knew that this was Ding Yang, the person that Chu Fengyang chose for him to challenge. Ding Yang was nearly 2 meters tall. He wore a red robe and had a resolute face. A pair of tiger-like eyebrows gave off a majestic aura. He stood there like an iron tower, and his body seemed to be constantly emitting a fiery aura. Ding Yang was an expert in the law of fire. On the way here, Liu Jin had told Duan Lingtian about this through voice transmission. That's right. Chu Fengyang replied. At the same time, he said straightforwardly, Ding Yang, you know the rules, so I won't say much. Since you're here, let's set a time. No need. Ding Yang shook his head. Since you're here, Teacher Chu, You don't have to make a trip in the future. Let's do it now. It's good that I haven't had a chance to relax in a long time. Ding Yang looked deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. New student, you're quite strong to be able to pass the 10-star assessment. However, you've just entered and you're already thinking of seizing my low-grade dorm room. I can only say that you've picked the wrong person. Today, let me, your senior brother, teach you how to behave properly. Young man, don't dream of reaching the heavens in a single step. Ding Yang's tone was lecturing. Of course, if you need time to prepare, I can give you. Just as Ding Yang was about to speak again, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. However, his tone was extremely calm. It was as though he was not affected by Ding Yang's mockery at all. There's no need. If you think you can do it now, then let's do it now. Since Teacher Chu is here, he can help me write a new challenge plaque and hang it in the high-grade dorm room. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, apart from Chu Fengyang who had a wry smile on his face, Liu Jin who was standing next to him looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Ding Yang, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. Boy, do you mean, you can defeat me? Teacher Chu, do I need to go to a specific location to challenge him? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Chu Fengyang. He no longer paid attention to Ding Yang. Chu Fengyang nodded. You need to go to the challenge platform behind the 10 Stars Hall. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he glanced at Ding Yang and said indifferently, if you're unwilling to admit defeat, then bring me to the challenge platform now. Ding Yang's eyes gleamed coldly. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he led the way in front. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. As for Chu Fengyang and Liu Jin, they followed suit. From the beginning until the end, many people from the low-grade dorm nearby had come out to watch. In the beginning, they did not know what was going on. However, they finally realized what was going on in the end. Ding Yang is being challenged. The new student who challenged him is called Duan Lingtian. Is he a 10-star student who passed the recruitment test today? He just came in, and he wants to stay in the low-grade dorm room? Even if he wants to stay in the low-grade dorm room, there's no need for him to challenge Ding Yang, right? Ding Yang is one of the strongest 10-star students in our lower-tier dormitory. There are only a few others who are on par with him. However, at most, they'll be on par with him. That's right. Ding Yang specializes in the law of fire. In terms of combat strength, even those who are on par with him are slightly inferior to him to a certain extent. I still don't understand. Why would that new student choose Ding Yang as his opponent? A group of Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students walked out of the low-grade dorm. They were all curious, but in the end, they still followed to watch the fun. It had been a long time since any of the 10-star students took the initiative to challenge another person. Even if there were occasional challenges, it was just a small matter. Moreover, they all had a certain understanding of each other's strength. As for today's two protagonists, although they knew one of them, the other person was completely unfamiliar to them. The other person was a 10-star student who had just entered today's recruitment test. Let's go. Let's watch the fun. I have to send a voice transmission to Wang Dong and ask him to join in the fun. At first, only the 10-star students followed Duan Lingtian and Ding Yang to watch the fun. However, gradually, more and more 10-star students walked out of the low-grade dorm room. There were even some who walked out of the middle-grade dorm room. After coming out, they all walked in the same direction. 10 Stars Hall. To be precise, it was the challenge stage behind the 10 Stars Hall. The existence of the 10 Stars Palace was to serve the 10-star students. Other than the 10 Stars Palace being able to handle the various procedures of the 10-star students, there were also many challenge platforms set up behind the 10 Stars Palace for the 10-star students to challenge each other. Today's challenge stage was originally empty. However, as time passed, more and more people came. Of course, the people who came were mainly here to watch the fun. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the challenge stage, facing Ding Yang. His Duan Lingtian? The new student who just arrived today? I didn't expect that after 100 years, Our Hidden Fog Academy would recruit another 10-star student. Being able to pass the 10-star assessment means that his strength is not bad. He's not inferior to the weaker ones among us. He just entered and he already challenged Ding Yang, one of the strongest 10-star students in the low-grade dorm room. He's really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I heard that he challenged Ding Yang because teacher Chu Fengyang suggested it. More and more people came. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 people had gathered. That was half of the 10-star students. Clearly, it was human nature to watch the fun. Whether it was humans or gods, it was the same. Chapter 36-39. There were more than a dozen 10-star students around the stage. Even Chu Fengyang, a teacher from the Hidden Fog Academy, was there. In fact, at that very moment, all of the teachers in the 10 Stars Hall that had nothing to do had also arrived beside Chu Fengyang. Together with Chu Fengyang, they began to observe the two figures standing in confrontation in the distant sky. Teacher Chu Fengyang, who do you think will win today? A middle-aged man in a brown robe stood beside Chu Fengyang. He narrowed his eyes and asked Chu Fengyang with a smile. He was also one of the teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy and was on duty at the 10 Stars Hall today. Teacher Yuan, you're quite familiar with Ding Yang. Do you think he'll win this battle? Chu Fengyang asked with a smile. 10-star students would more or less interact with some teachers. Some of the teachers would take care of the outstanding 10-star students. Of course, there were also 10-star students who weren't that outstanding who were familiar with the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Liu Jin was one of the latter. Teacher Chu Fengyang, don't you think Ding Yang will win? When Teacher Yuan heard Chu Fengyang's words, he looked deeply at Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu, do you know something? As far as I know, Teacher Yun Hui, who's in charge of the academy's recruitment, is your martial uncle, right? As he spoke, the teacher surnamed Yuan's gaze became even more profound. Teacher Yuan, aren't you overthinking things? Chu Fengyang shook his head with a smile. He obviously didn't intend to tell the truth. I'm not saying I don't think Ding Yang will win. I just think that since Duan Lingtian dares to challenge Ding Yang, he must be confident. Otherwise, why would he choose to challenge Ding Yang, who is one of the strongest in the low-rank dormitory, when there are so many other 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory? Teacher Chu, you're right. At this time, the other teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy nodded in agreement. Teacher Yuan snorted. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This new student probably doesn't know anything about the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory. That's why he dares to challenge Ding Yang. You should know that some of the 10-star students in the low-grade dormitory can't even last 10 moves against Ding Yang. Even if a 10-star student lives in a dormitory of the same level, their strength might not be close. Teacher Yuan's words clearly showed that he was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Teacher Yuan's words make sense. An elderly-looking teacher nodded. However, we'll just have to wait and see. After all, the two of them are about to fight. Teacher Chu, let them do it. Another teacher said to Chu Fengyang. Due to the fact that Chu Fengyang was the witness to the battle, the start of the battle was also announced by Chu Fengyang. At this very moment, Ding Yang, who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, was also waiting for Chu Fengyang to open his mouth. In fact, he had become somewhat impatient from waiting. As for Duan Lingtian, he did not know about this rule. However, since Ding Yang did not make a move, he naturally would not make a move either. After all, with his current strength, challenging Ding Yang was already an unfair victory. If he were to make the first move and gain the upper hand by making the first move, it would truly be somewhat shameless. Let's begin. Finally, Chu Fengyang opened his mouth. The moment Chu Fengyang opened his mouth, a cold light flashed in Ding Yang's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Brat, I'd like to see where you get the confidence to defeat me and even challenge a 10-star student in a middle-grade dormitory." As soon as he finished speaking, the tall Ding Yang's scarlet robe fluttered in the absence of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. As waves of flames swept out from his body, Ding Yang's entire body was bathed in the glow of the flames. He was like a fire phoenix that had undergone nirvana. At the same time, waves of hot aura swept out in all directions, causing the onlookers to feel the heat wave that pounced on their faces. At the same time, the fusion of the 6 laws of fire appeared in a timely manner. The standard for becoming a 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy was to become a god, comprehend all the laws of a certain law to the realm of greater mastery, and master the fusion of 2 laws of that law. However, the strength Ding Yang displayed now was even stronger. After mastering the fusion of 3 laws of fire, even among the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy, in terms of strength, he could be ranked in the middle. He could suppress more than half of the 10-star students. The fusion of 3 laws of fire. Ding Yang's strength is indeed terrifying. As expected of one of the strongest few in the low-class dormitory, it's said that Ding Yang's strength isn't just in fire elemental laws of nature. The bloodline power within him is the Berserk bloodline, which can allow a lesser deity to soar to the level of an intermediate deity within a short period of time. There are many people in the realm of gods who possess bloodline power. However, there aren't many in the vicinity of Tianfeng City. Normally, only those powerful clans and sects would have the existence of bloodline power. I've never heard of Ding Yang having a powerful background. The power of the bloodline comes from the strongest. Ding Yang has the power of the bloodline, but he doesn't necessarily have a powerful background. Some people with thin bloodlines of the strongest are lucky enough to awaken the power of the bloodline. Many of the surrounding 10-star students had already begun to discuss Ding Yang's strength, and even more had mentioned the power of Ding Yang's bloodline. Bloodline power? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to bloodline power. In the past, when he was still in the Devata realms, he knew Ling Jueyun from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. He had seen Ling Jueyun with bloodline power before. The natives of the realms of gods, as long as their ancestors were not from the Devata realms, would have the bloodline of a supreme expert. It was just a matter of how much of it there was. If one's bloodline was thin, it would be difficult to awaken the bloodline power. However, if one's bloodline was thick, one would be able to awaken the bloodline power. There were all kinds of bloodline powers. Some native clans in the realms of gods had the same bloodline power, but some native clans in the realms of gods had different bloodlines. Naturally, there were more of the former. For example, Ling Jueyun had mastered the bloodline power. According to him, all the direct descendants of the Ling clan had mastered the bloodline power. Berserk bloodline? Interesting. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding 10-star students, Duan Lingtian's calm gaze flickered for a moment. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Ding Yang stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he sneered. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to prepare. I'll make my move after 3 breaths, lest others say that I, Ding Yang, have an unfair advantage. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You can make your move now. I'll ask Teacher Chu to hang my challenge token in the medium-grade dormitory after I'm done with you. How arrogant. Ding Yang was not the only one who thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Other than Chu Fengyang and Liu Jin, everyone else also thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. Teacher Chu, this Duan Lingtian you think highly of is really arrogant. I hope he has the ability. Otherwise, it won't end well. Even if he doesn't lose anything, he'll become the laughingstock of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yang, said to Chu Fengyang mockingly. If things get to that point, he'll have to take responsibility for his actions. Chu Fengyang shrugged. The more arrogant and calm Duan Lingtian was, the more he felt that his martial uncle was telling the truth. This Duan Lingtian was indeed not ordinary. Ding Yang is going to make his move. This new student has successfully angered Ding Yang. Under the exclamations of many surrounding 10-star students, Ding Yang finally made his move. His body swayed and it was as though the god of fire had descended. The flames on his body soared and covered the sky. It was as though the entire world had turned into a sea of flames in an instant. Ding Yang did not waste any more words. He decided to use his tyrannical strength to defeat this new student in front of him and make him lose all face. At the same time, facing the menacing Ding Yang, Duan Lingtian only raised his eyelids lazily. He then raised his hand, and a majestic divine power rose. An aura more profound than Ding Yang's divine power spread out. Intermediate deity. This Duan Lingtian is actually an intermediate deity. As Duan Lingtian's divine power bloomed, everyone present was shocked. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian was actually an intermediate deity. As it was rude to use one's divine consciousness to spy on others, even Chu Fengyang did not use his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation level. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian displaying the strength of an intermediate deity, he was equally shocked. This new student is actually an intermediate deity. An intermediate deity who's not even 2,800 years old. His talent is truly monstrous. No wonder he dares to challenge Ding Yang. So he's an intermediate deity. While the 10-star students were shocked, Ding Yang was also shocked. However, at the same time, he activated his bloodline power at once. As soon as the Berserk bloodline was activated, his divine power also boiled and rose by a level. Boom. Rumble. As Ding Yang activated his bloodline energy to go Berserk, he, a lesser rank deity, turned into an intermediate rank deity in just a blink of an eye. He charged toward Duan Lingtian with a terrifying flame energy. Ding Yang is not planning to give Duan Lingtian a chance to dodge. He's planning to defeat Duan Lingtian in his Berserk state. The sudden turn of events also allowed many people to see through Ding Yang's intentions. Duan Lingtian was an intermediate deity. If Ding Yang did not use his Berserk bloodline power, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Duan Lingtian even if his comprehension of laws of nature was stronger than Duan Lingtian's. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. However, he was not giving Duan Lingtian a chance to dodge now. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian in one go with his Berserk state. Chapter 3640. The spectating 10-star students and several teachers couldn't help but narrow their eyes at the scene before them. Duan Lingtian is probably going to lose. Ding Yang made the first move to gain the upper hand. Now that he's activated the power of his Berserk bloodline, his cultivation has stepped into the realm of intermediate deity in a short period of time. His current cultivation is comparable to Duan Lingtian's. Coupled with the strength of the laws he comprehended, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. Based on the current situation, unless Duan Lingtian's comprehension of laws is stronger than Ding Yang's, he's bound to lose. I think so too. How old is Duan Lingtian? It's already amazing that his cultivation has reached its current realm. Moreover, it's obvious that he spent a lot of time on his cultivation. Under such circumstances, it'll be harder for him to catch up to Ding Yang in terms of comprehension of laws. That's right. Unless he's a rare genius disciple from the hidden fog sect behind our academy, or an outstanding disciple from a god emperor or god venerable level force, it's impossible for him to defeat the Berserk Ding Yang at such a young age with a cultivation of intermediate deity. Now, most people weren't optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Even Liu Jin, who had been informed by Chu Fengyang, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the scene before him. Only Chu Fengyang had a calm expression on his face. The reason he was so calm was because he believed in his martial uncle Yun Hui. Berserk bloodline? Now, Duan Lingtian was facing Ding Yang, who had gone berserk and whose flames had surged even further. His expression remained calm, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. When Ding Yang arrived in front of them, everyone thought that he had been scared silly. His figure swayed and actually turned into an afterimage. Ding Yang's attack missed. It's the profundity of teleportation. The profundity of teleportation from the law of airborne. Duan Lingtian specializes in the law of space. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared at a higher place, looking down at Ding Yang from afar. I'm afraid Ding Yang is going to lose. An intermediate deity who has comprehended the spatial law's great mastery teleportation profound meaning. Apart from those who are proficient in wind elemental laws of nature who have comprehended a specific fusion of two profound meanings, those who are proficient in other laws of nature will never be able to catch up to the former unless they have comprehended a fusion of three profound meanings. Ding Yang has lost. The situation in front of them had taken a turn for the better, and it made the spectators realize that they had overlooked a problem. If Duan Lingtian was proficient in the laws of space, Then he would have been able to dodge Ding Yang's attacks and engage in a tug-of-war with Ding Yang, exhausting Ding Yang's berserk bloodline power. After all, Ding Yang's berserk bloodline power couldn't be maintained for long. The berserk bloodline power could only be maintained for 15 minutes. Furthermore, there would be a certain burden on the human body afterwards, resulting in some side effects. Boom! After Ding Yang's attack missed its target, the flames on his body surged even more. Subsequently, he transformed into a fireball and charged toward Duan Lingtian again with a whoosh sound. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported again and dodged Ding Yang's attack with ease. After a few rounds, Ding Yang bellowed in exasperation, "Duan Lingtian, is dodging all you can do? Coward! Coward!" Ding Yang was exasperated. If this continued, 15 minutes would pass very quickly. By then, his berserk bloodline power would fade away, and he would revert to his original form. By then, disregarding the burden on him from the side effects, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent even without the side effects. After all, there was a difference of 1 cultivation level between the two of them. Now, Ding Yang was even feeling a little regretful. If he had known that this fellow was an intermediate deity who was proficient in the laws of space, he would never have engaged in this battle with him. To him, giving up his dormitory was nothing. With his strength, he could easily challenge another 10-star student who was staying in a low-grade dormitory and snatch his dormitory. All he had to do was change his place to cultivate. The cultivation environment was no different. Duan Lingtian frowned. Then, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corners of his lips. "Ding Yang, do you think I'm deliberately stalling for time? Aren't you?" Ding Yang sneered. "Of course not." Duan Lingtian said calmly, "I'm just curious about your bloodline power and want to take a good look at it. Since you're in a hurry to lose, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. The divine power all over his body changed and integrated with the restless space element. Then, he raised his hand casually, and a space storm brewed. The 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space merged perfectly like 4 dark thunderclouds converging. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian flipped his palm over and struck. Bang! There was a loud bang as though it was earth-shattering. The violent thunderbolt power hit the void at the moment Duan Lingtian flipped his palm over. Then, it sputtered and condensed into 6 thunder walls made entirely of thunderbolts that closed in on Ding Yang from all directions. Whoosh! 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 The 4 electric walls led the way, blocking Ding Yang, who had just reacted, from all directions. Then, one of the thunder walls blocked Ding Yang's path. Then, another thunder wall fell from the sky and covered Ding Yang's path. The 6 thunder walls arrived first, forming a square-shaped cage that trapped Ding Yang within. It was only at this moment that the crowd came to their senses one after another when they heard the loud rumbles coming from the lightning cage. Amazing! Chu Fengyang's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so decisive in his attack, trapping Ding Yang in the shackles of thunderbolts. The Hidden Fog Academy teachers next to him were all dumbfounded. As for the teacher surnamed Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yang, he could not hide the shock on his face. How is this possible? He's a young man less than 2,800 years old. Not only is he an intermediate god, but he has also comprehended the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space. It should be noted that even Ding Yang had only comprehended the fusion of 3 types of dual profundities of the laws of fire. Moreover, the laws of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Comprehending the fusion of 3 types of dual profundities was only harder than comprehending the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of fire. The most important thing was that, not only was Duan Lingtian less than 2,800 years old, but he was also an intermediate god. Since when did such a monstrous existence appear in Skywind City? At this moment, apart from shock, there was only shock in the heart of the teacher surnamed Yuan. At the same time, the surrounding 10-star students also came to their senses, their faces full of shock. Heavens! Am I seeing things? This new student of ours has comprehended the fusion of 4 types of dual profundities of the laws of space. The requirement for the student recruitment is for a 10-star student to be under 2,800 years old. In other words, he's younger than 2,800 years old, which means that he's younger than most of us here. Most of the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy were over 2,800 years old. Only a few were under 2,800 years old. In the Hidden Fog Academy, a 9-star student would only be forced to participate in the 10-star assessment when they were 2,800 years old. If they couldn't pass, they would either have to leave the Hidden Fog Academy or go to the Hidden Fog sect to become an outer disciple. I thought he would lose to Ding Yang. Now that I think about it, I really underestimated him. I really didn't expect such a heaven-defying character to appear after such a long time without a new 10-star student. Could this be the so-called accumulation is the key to success? Such a character, even if he went to any God Emperor level faction, they would be very happy to accept him and even focus on nurturing him. As the 10-star students looked at the purple figure standing in the distance, Liu Jin, who was the first to meet Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. He never expected Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Teacher Chu Fengyang didn't lie to him. Let's end this. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Have mercy. Seeing this, Chu Fengyang's expression changed. The expressions of the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also changed. Even the teacher surnamed Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yang, was too late to stop him. Boom. Rumble. Accompanied by waves of thunderous booms, the 6 lightning bolts that imprisoned Ding Yang exploded simultaneously. A frightening lightning storm swept out like a dazzling firework. It was a gorgeous sight to behold. A scream followed. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. However, hearing this scream, Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Duan Lingtian didn't kill him. Under the gazes of the crowd, the power of lightning receded. After that, a wretched figure appeared before their eyes. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they saw Ding Yang's current state. At that moment, Ding Yang's clothes were in tatters. Not a single piece of them could be found intact. His long hair had also been burned away. He had become bald. His exposed skin was also riddled with holes. However, the wounds were not deep. Whoosh! The flames on Ding Yang's body rose again, blocking everyone's view. In the blink of an eye, the flames extinguished. Ding Yang had changed into a scarlet robe, and the wounds on his body had formed faint scars. However, his long, valiant hair didn't grow back. Ding Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. You. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're an intermediate god? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you've comprehended the fusion of 4 types of the law of space? If you had told me earlier, I would have given you my lousy dormitory. Do you really have to do this? When Ding Yang spoke again, he sounded like an aggrieved little wife. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It was easy to imagine what kind of scene it would be if a tall and handsome young man acted like a little girl. Chapter 3641. Although Ding Yang was extremely arrogant earlier, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, he was just a little hot-tempered. Therefore, he had stopped in time just now. Not only did he not kill Ding Yang, but he also did not even seriously injure Ding Yang. In the face of Ding Yang's girlish questioning, even though Duan Lingtian was as calm as still water, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was this big guy a man or a woman? If he was a woman, would any man fancy him with such a boorish appearance? Teacher Chu. While everyone was still in shock, Duan Lingtian's gaze had already landed on Chu Fengyang. Now, I'm considered a 10-star student in the low-grade dormitory, right? Yes. Chu Fengyang nodded. You defeated Ding Yang. From now on, you're a 10-star student in low-grade dormitory number 2. There were a total of 20 low-grade dormitories. Although the cultivation environment was the same for all of them, they were still numbered from number 1 to number 20 in order to distinguish them. Teacher Chu, help me choose another 10-star student in the middle-grade dormitory as my next challenge target. I want to stay in that high-grade dormitory as soon as possible. Yes, I don't need him to be very weak. I just need him to be able to fight me as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian spoke again, directly saying that he wanted to challenge a 10-star student in the middle grade dormitory. Even though Duan Lingtian had already displayed shocking strength earlier, many people still thought that he was being arrogant now. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was certain that he would be able to stay in the middle grade dormitory. However, based on the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, he would only be ranked in the middle upper range in the middle grade dormitory. This was because there were people in the middle grade dormitory who were not only intermediate gods who had mastered the fusion of 4 types of profound meanings but also had special bloodlines. Moreover, there was more than one person. Of course, those 3 people were all close to 3,000 years old and about to graduate. Moreover, they did not comprehend any of the 4 supreme laws of nature. In terms of talent and comprehension, they were not as good as Duan Lingtian. ASAP. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, not only Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but also most of the 10-star students present, all looked at the 2 people who were also spectating. One of them was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, and the other was a young man in a grey-white robe. They are 10-star students from the middle-ranked dormitory. Seeing that everyone was looking at the 2 of them, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw them. Duan Lingtian. One of them was the first to speak. I actually really want to spar with you, but I'm currently in the midst of a breakthrough, so I have to rush back to cultivate. If you want to challenge me, that's fine, but you'll have to wait until I come out of seclusion and the deadline for the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. When the other person saw this, he said, Duan Lingtian, I'm the same. Although I want to fight with you, I don't have the strength to. If you want to challenge me, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. After he finished speaking, he also quickly left. The 2 10-star students who lived in the middle-ranked dormitory ran away faster than rabbits. Seeing this scene, the other 10-star students couldn't help but sneer. What 2 cowards! They know that they are no match for Duan Lingtian, and seeing that Duan Lingtian is anxious to challenge the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory, they actually came up with this idea to avoid the battle. Actually, it's normal. Although they are stronger than Ding Yang, they are not much stronger. As existences at the bottom of the 10-star students in the medium-grade dormitory, they know their limits and know that they aren't a match for Duan Lingtian. But I really didn't expect that our Hidden Fog Academy would have such a monster like Duan Lingtian this time. I don't know if Duan Lingtian has the bloodline power. If he does, he might be able to defeat any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory. If he doesn't, with the strength he has shown so far, he is still no match for those 3. Those 3 have the strength to occupy the high-ranked dormitory. But because of the deterrence of the other 3, they didn't challenge those 3 who live in the high-ranked dormitory. The scene in front of them made Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy speechless. Duan Lingtian. Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, if you challenge the other students in the middle-ranked dormitory, I'm afraid you will have to delay and avoid the battle. If you want to be quick, I'm afraid you have no choice but to challenge the strongest 3. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just sent a message to Hong Jun at this time. The teacher named Yuan who was not far from Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Hong Jun is also a 10-star student in the middle-ranked dormitory. If you challenge him, he is willing to accept your challenge and can come over now. What do you think? Chu Fengyang nodded as well. Duan Lingtian, Hong Jun is one of the 3 strongest students in the middle-ranked dormitory. Since teacher Yuan Lei has contacted him for you, you can challenge him if you want to be quick. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher Yuan. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Lei and smiled faintly. Yuan Lei could not help but frown when he saw this. Why did it seem like he was helping Duan Lingtian? After all, he had contacted Hong Jun out of selfishness. Just now, when Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yang, he thought highly of Ding Yang, who had a good relationship with him. However, the final result was like a ruthless slap to his face. Although no one made fun of him after that, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Because of this, when he heard that Duan Lingtian could challenge any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory as long as they could fight quickly, he immediately contacted Hong Jun. He had a good relationship with Hong Jun. Moreover, Hong Jun's strength could be ranked in the top 5 among all the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. With his strength, he could fight his way into the high-ranked dormitory. However, because the 3 people who occupied the high-ranked dormitory had extraordinary backgrounds, Hong Jun did not dare to provoke them easily. Even Yuan Lei himself was not willing to provoke the 3 of them. Although the 3 of them were nothing, the families behind them had people who held high positions in the Hidden Fog sect. Although they were not particularly high positions, they were still higher than him. As the saying went, a person with a higher position can crush a person to death. He absolutely could not offend the people behind the 3 of them. For Hong Jun, he'll be here soon. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Yuan Lei immediately contacted Hong Jun and greeted Duan Lingtian. After this matter was confirmed, it naturally caused quite a commotion at the scene. Hong Jun. Liu Jin's expression turned solemn. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, senior brother Hong Jun is one of the 5 strongest people in the Hidden Fog Academy. He specializes in the law of water and has comprehended the fusion of 4 profundities from the law of water. His comprehension of the law is not below yours. Now, Liu Jin had changed the way he addressed Duan Lingtian. After all, in the realm of gods where the strong were respected, the one who reached the top was first. In addition, he also has the shocking waves bloodline. The power of his bloodline can perfectly integrate with the law of water. It is said that with the power of his bloodline and the law of water he comprehended, the power he can display is comparable to the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of water. Liu Jin's tone became more and more solemn as he spoke. Comparable to the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of water? Hearing Liu Jin's words, Duan Lingtian felt more confident. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Liu Jin. Thank you for the reminder. However, there's no need for you to worry. When Liu Jin saw how calm Duan Lingtian was even after listening to his voice transmission, an inexplicable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that senior brother Duan concealed his strength when he attacked earlier? Could it be that he also possesses the power of his bloodline? When Liu Jin thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but feel excited. Senior brother Duan. After Liu Jin sent the voice transmission, another voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was similar to Liu Jin's warning. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Liu Jin's voice transmission. However, this person surprised him. After all, Duan Lingtian had just defeated Hong Jun in front of so many people. How could he warn them about Hong Jun's strength through voice transmission? Duan Lingtian's gaze softened when he looked at Ding Yang again. Swoosh, swoosh. The calm air was broken by the sound of waves crashing against each other. Then, a ball of clear water appeared in the air and gradually turned into a human figure. Finally, a figure appeared. It was a young man dressed in a long blue robe. He had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and an indifferent gaze. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a lone pine tree that stood proudly outside of the world. Almost at the instant he appeared, the gazes of the surrounding 10-star students immediately became fiery. There were even a few 10-star students who had an extremely idolizing expression on their faces. They were extremely similar to the die-hard fans of Duan Lingtian on Earth in his past life. You're here. Yuan Lei stepped forward and asked with a smile as he looked at Hong Jun. Yes, I'm here. Hong Jun nodded at Yuan Lei. His tone was indifferent and seemed a little rude. However, Yuan Lei did not take it to heart. This was because he knew Hong Jun well. He knew Hong Jun was such a person. In fact, the reason he was familiar with Hong Jun was because he was friends with the elders in Hong Jun's family. Otherwise, with Hong Jun's personality, it was impossible for him to have any interaction with Hong Jun. He's the genius student that I told you about earlier. He's not even 2,800 years old. He just became a student today and has comprehended the fusion of 4 dual ultimacies from the law of space. He defeated Ding Yang in one blow. At the same time, Yuan Lei looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him to Hong Jun at the right time. Hong Jun nodded at Chu Fengyang and the other teachers before his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3642. Hong Jun was recognized as one of the 5 strongest people in the Hidden Fog Academy. He was born in a small family attached to the Zhong family, a God King ranked family in Skywind City. Because of this, even though he was strong, he did not dare to fall out with the direct descendants of the God King ranked family in Skywind City. He did not care if he was alone, but he did not want to be a burden to his family. After all, a large part of the reason why he was where he was today was because of his family's unstinting support. Moreover, he was the second young master of the Hong family, the second son of the current patriarch of the Hong family. The current patriarch of the Hong family was his father. And the next head of the Hong family would be his elder brother from the same father and mother. Under such circumstances, he would naturally put his family first. It was impossible for him to let his family fall into an irrecoverable state because of his own emotions. Hong Jun was talented, but he had not matured yet. He was far from being able to shake the God King ranked families in Skywind City. It was precisely because of this that even though he had the strength to live in a 10-star student's high-grade dormitory, he did not compete with the 3 direct descendants of Heavenly Wind City's Divine King clans. As for the other 2 people, even though he was not afraid of their status and background, he was still unable to defeat them. Therefore, he could only live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. Regardless of background, Hong Jun could live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. It was impossible for him not to feel aggrieved and sullen. Because of this, Hong Jun, who had always been taciturn, did not refuse any challenge from the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was now recognized by everyone in the Hidden Fog Academy. He could be ranked in the top 5 among all the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Today, he was comprehending the law of water when he suddenly received a message from Yuan Lei. He became interested in the new student in front of him. Less than 2,800 years old. He comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of space. He defeated Ding Yang in one move. Due to Ding Yang's close relationship with Yuan Lei, Hong Jun and Ding Yang were acquainted with one another. He knew that Ding Yang's strength was at the top among the 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory. If he were to improve further, he would definitely be able to occupy a spot in the middle-rank dormitory. I don't like to waste time when fighting. Go all out. Hong Jun looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. His tone was also very calm, without any joy or sorrow. At this time, Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, also retreated to Chu Fengyang's side. Teacher Chu Fengyang, do you think Duan Lingtian will win this battle? Although he was asking with a smile, anyone with a discerning eye could see the playfulness in Yuan Lei's eyes. What? Does Teacher Yuan want to bet with me? Chu Fengyang glanced at Yuan Lei and asked with a smile. However, after hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Yuan Lei's pupils suddenly shrank. Teacher Chu Fengyang, you mean, you dare to bet with me that this Duan Lingtian will win? I'm just afraid that Teacher Yuan wouldn't dare. Chu Fengyang smiled lightly. The smile on Chu Fengyang's face was unfathomable in Yuan Lei's eyes. Yuan Lei didn't dare to answer. No matter what, Yuan Lei was a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy and an elder of the Hidden Fog sect. He wasn't a reckless young man. After calming down and thinking about it, he thought of something important. That was, the person in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment examination in recent years was Chu Fengyang's martial uncle, Yun Hui. It seems that Elder Yun Hui told you about this Duan Lingtian's strength in advance. Yuan Lei looked deeply at Chu Fengyang. From his words, he seemed to have seen through the source of Chu Fengyang's confidence. Teacher Yuan is very smart. Chu Fengyang smiled. Although he had guessed it, after hearing Chu Fengyang's confirmation, Yuan Lei's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. When he looked at the purple figure in the field again, his gaze changed. This Duan Lingtian, can he really defeat Hong Jun? In the Hidden Mist Academy, even the other 4 who were ranked with Hong Jun as the top 5 couldn't defeat Hong Jun without the help of a divine artifact. At most, they could fight to a draw with Hong Jun. If this new student could defeat Hong Jun fair and square, then he would become the number 1 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy, or rather, he would become the number 1 student of the Hidden Fog Academy. After all, among the students of the Hidden Fog Academy, The 10-star students were the strongest. If he could be ranked first among the 10-star students, then he would naturally be ranked first among all the students. Full strength. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Hong Jun and smiled faintly. Go ahead. I also want to see your full strength. Hong Jun wasn't a person who would waste time. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he made his move. As you wish. As his voice faded, dark blue water energy swept out from around Hong Jun's body, causing his entire body to be enveloped by a water tornado. At the same time, dark blue rays of light appeared on his face and eyes in a timely manner. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a water god. Wave, rise. Wave, come. As the water spout grew bigger and bigger, it completely enveloped Hong Jun. Within the water spout, a deeper blue power suddenly appeared and merged with the water spout. As Hong Jun's indifferent voice sounded, the water spout's aura underwent a tremendous change. It's the shocking wave bloodline power. Many of the 10-star students couldn't help but exclaim. Now, many 10-star students came to watch the show. They had just heard that Hong Jun was here. They wanted to see Hong Jun fight. When Hong Jun asked Duan Lingtian to go all out, they were not surprised. Hong Jun was famous for being straightforward in the Hidden Fog Academy. Before a fight, he would remind his opponent to go all out because he would go all out. Once, one of the top 5 students in the Hidden Fog Academy was almost defeated by Hong Jun because he didn't go all out. Fortunately, he went all out in time and barely managed to turn the situation around and fight Hong Jun to a draw. Senior brother Hong Jun is still the same. He used the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of water and the shocking wave bloodline power. When senior brother Hong Jun goes all out, his strength is almost on par with an intermediate god who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law of water. If Duan Lingtian uses the strength he showed just now, I'm afraid he will lose. Today, even if Duan Lingtian can only fight to a draw with senior brother Hong Jun, it will be enough to shock the entire academy. Hong Jun's preparation made the eyes of the 10-star students light up. Even the teachers present couldn't take their eyes off the scene in front of them. No matter who it was, they liked to watch this kind of duel directly. Kai, Kai, Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, while Hong Jun was accumulating his strength, waves of divine power rose from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the space element. It turned into space energy and wrapped around his body, causing the surrounding space to sway. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure began to waver in the eyes of the crowd. Rip, rip, rip. A crisp ripping sound rang out. 9 space cracks appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Then, 9-dimensional slashes appeared and hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, pointing at Hong Jun from afar. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone in the crowd held their breaths at this moment. As long as you can block one of my attacks, you win this battle. I will find someone else to take his middle grade dormitory. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense and the smell of gunpowder was spreading, Duan Lingtian spoke. His tone was still calm, but it revealed his indomitable confidence. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the crowd, they were immediately shocked. If there was anyone who was relatively calm, it would be Chu Fengyang. However, deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of shock. Although his martial uncle Yunhui had told him that Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to defeat all the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, he never thought that Duan Lingtian could defeat Hong Jun with one attack. It should be known that Hong Jun, to a certain extent, represented the strongest combat strength of the Hidden Fog Academy students. Arrogant. Before the crowd had time to recover from the shock, Hong Jun had already shouted in a low voice. This usually taciturn genius of the Hidden Fog Academy was obviously completely enraged by Duan Lingtian at this moment. Boom. Rumble. Almost as soon as Hong Jun's voice fell, he also made his move. Wherever his body moved, a vast and unparalleled waterspout swept out. Wherever the waterspout passed, the void shook. The remaining power of the waterspout shocked some of the 10-star students and made them subconsciously take a few steps back. On the other hand, Hong Jun did his best to attack. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still standing in place with a calm expression. When Hong Jun's attack was halfway through, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. As soon as Duan Lingtian waved his hand, the space energy around him surged out like a storm. Even the 9 cross-dimensional profundities that were hovering above his head had merged with the spatial storm that surged out of his body. Almost at the moment when the dimensional entered the spatial storm, bursts of ear-piercing buzzing sounds that seemed to be able to destroy the world rang out. Some of the 10-star students with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums pierced, and blood flowed out. Of course, this was because they were unprepared and did not protect their fragile eardrums in advance. Moreover, their reaction speed was slow. Those with stronger cultivation bases quickly recovered and protected their eardrums. This, Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The other teachers were so frightened that their pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, even Chu Fengyang could barely maintain his calm expression, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. His pupils constricted subconsciously as he muttered to himself, "Martial uncle didn't tell me that he can do this with just the power of the law." Chapter 3643. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind the hidden Fog Academy's 10 Stars Hall, in a large area, there was only the sound of thousands of sabers ringing. It was deafening. The spectating 10-star students, including Liu Jin and Ding Yang, were all dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and his storm-like spatial energy swept out. Along the way, he fused another profound, the law of space's dimensional/profound. Before Duan Lingtian fused the cross-dimensional profundity, he had only fused 2 of his profundities. But now, the dimensional/profound had fused perfectly with one of the 2 profound fused profound. In an instant, it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It wasn't as simple as adding 2 profound fused profound. In fact, it even doubled the original power. As a result, the strength of Duan Lingtian's attacks had increased by more than 1-fold. What did this mean? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's attack collided with Hong Jun's attack was easily crushed. In the blink of an eye, Hong Jun's attack was reduced by half. When Hong Jun came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his divine weapon, he barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack. Even so, it was only on par with Duan Lingtian's attack. "I've lost." The current Hong Jun's robes were still bright and clean, but his hair, which was originally tied up, had broken the hairband and was flying wildly. A sparkling and translucent long sword had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. The long sword was dark blue in color and was well proportioned. It was surrounded by flowing light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. This was Hong Jun's divine weapon. Although Hong Jun barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack with the divine weapon's power, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was only a solemn expression. His eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with unconcealable astonishment. This student who had just entered the academy actually had such strength. If he hadn't used a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to block the other party's attack at all. And the other party, from start to finish, had not used the power of a divine artifact. What does this mean? This meant that the other party was far stronger than him. At this moment, not only was Hong Jun shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian, but even the spectating 10-star students and the teachers were also shocked, to the extent that they fell into a short period of deathly silence. After a long while, they came back to their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I? This new student, Duan Lingtian, actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the laws of space. I didn't expect that our hidden Mist Academy would have another genius who comprehended 3 profundities of a law after thousands of years. No, Duan Lingtian is even more outstanding than that person from 4,000 years ago. That person only comprehended the laws of fire. However, the law Duan Lingtian has comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws that's widely acknowledged to be the most difficult to comprehend, the law of space. In today's battle, Duan Lingtian has broken the record of having 5 10-star students as the strongest in our hidden Mist Academy. The 5 of us, including Hong Jun, are destined to become his stepping stones. Where did this monster come from? Such a monster, even if he went directly to the Hidden Mist Academy, he would still be able to become an inner sect disciple. Why did he come to our Hidden Mist Academy? Exclamations sounded from all around. At the same time, many people couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian, with such talent and comprehension, would come to the Hidden Mist Academy. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duan Lingtian didn't go directly to the Hidden Mist Academy was because of the concern of the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He chose the Hidden Mist Academy as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist sect. Although the process was a bit complicated, it was definitely better than that. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart that he had no foundation in the plane of gods, the mystic handle land. He could only rely on himself. No matter what he did, he couldn't blindly pursue speed. Stability was the way to go. Teacher Yuan, if you had made a bet with me just now, I would have made a fortune. Although everything that happened in front of him was out of his expectations, Chu Fengyang quickly recovered. He looked at Yuan Lei with a smile and mocked him. After all, Chu Fengyang was already mentally prepared. The shock he felt now was far less than Yuan Lei and the other Hidden Mist Academy teachers present. When Yuan Lei heard this, he finally recovered. He glared at Chu Fengyang and said, "Teacher Chu Fengyang, who in the academy doesn't know what kind of person you are? You are a person who won't act until you see the rabbit. No matter who you bet with, you have never lost. Do you think I, Yuan Lei, will fall for your tricks?" Although Yuan Lei was complaining about Chu Fengyang, he couldn't help but look at the purple figure in the distance from time to time. This new student named Duan Lingtian really gave him a big surprise. He never thought that this new student was not only talented, but also had such deep attainments in the law of space. This kind of strength was definitely the best in the entire Hidden Mist Academy. Teacher Chu. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian remained calm. After Hong Jun admitted defeat, he looked at Chu Fengyang and said, "Now, I should be able to challenge the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitory, right?" "Yes." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. There are a total of 5 people in the high-grade dormitory. 2 of them are not weaker than Hong Jun. As for the other 3, although Chu Fengyang didn't finish his words, many of the surrounding 10-star students had already come up with the best answer after a round of discussion. Someone from the Chong family of Tianfeng City? Hearing the discussion of the 10-star students, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the Chong family's 4th master Chong Sai at the Zhu family's auction half a month ago. His tone was unfriendly and he was always against him. It was as if he would take revenge at any time. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Fengyang and said bluntly, "I challenge the 10-star student in the high-grade dormitory, Chong Kuchi." Chong Kuchi was a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy who occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. He was also the only son of the Chong family's 2nd master. He was a direct descendant of the Chong family and the current patriarch of the Chong family. He was Chu Fengyang's uncle and loved him very much. In addition, the head of the Chong family had no children, so he completely regarded the son of his 2nd brother, who was the first among his brothers to have a son, as his own son. Many people in the Chong family and even in Tianfeng City felt that Chong Kuchi was the most important person in the Chong family. If there were no accidents, Chong Kuchi would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chong family. Because of this, Chong Kuchi had an extraordinary background. In Tianfeng City, few people of the same generation dared to provoke him. In the Hidden Mist Academy, with his strength, he definitely couldn't occupy a 10-star high-grade dormitory. But because of his extraordinary background, no one dared to say anything when he occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. No one dared to challenge him or provoke him. Of course, it didn't mean that no one in the Hidden Mist Academy dared to provoke him. There were still 2 or 3 people who dared to provoke him, but they each occupied a high-grade dormitory. Naturally, there was no need to compete with Chong Kuchi. Chong Kuchi? Duan Lingtian wants to challenge Chong Kuchi? When they heard Duan Lingtian's name, Chu Fengyang didn't respond. The surrounding 10-star students were all shocked. They never thought that Duan Lingtian would challenge the crown prince of the Chong family, Chong Ku-chi. In Tianfeng City, Chong Ku-chi was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. At this moment, even Hong Jun's gaze towards Duan Lingtian had changed. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Ding Yang's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. His tone was full of solemnity. Chong Ku-chi is the pride of the Chong family. Perhaps his talent and comprehension are not the highest among his peers, but his status is definitely the highest among his peers. If you snatch his high-grade dormitory, I'm afraid the Chong family will not be happy. After all, he is the representative of the Chong family. Ding Yang reminded. After Ding Yang, Liu Jin also reminded Chu Feng. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want to challenge Chong Ku-chi? Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes and asked to confirm. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, he didn't persuade Duan Lingtian like Ding Yang and Liu Jin because he didn't like the atmosphere between the 10-star students. Like most of the teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy, he hoped that the 10-star students would quarrel with each other. Previously, his martial uncle Yunhui told him that Duan Lingtian's appearance would break the stagnation of the 10-star students. Now, Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Ku-chi was undoubtedly a declaration of this point. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded again and then said, but Teacher Chu, I heard that Chong Ku-chi's strength is not even as good as Hong Jun's. Even if I challenge him, he won't dare to accept. Could it be that I have to wait for the challenge card to be hung up and wait for the time to come before I can live in his dormitory? After saying this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he didn't want to wait. According to the rules, you can only wait. Chu Fengyang smiled bitterly. This was the rule of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory challenge. It wasn't up to him to decide. From the beginning to the end, he was supportive of Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Ku-chi. He believed that the Dean of the Hidden Mist Academy would protect Duan Lingtian to the best of his ability. After all, the Dean had said that the Dean always appreciated geniuses. With Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, he would definitely be valued by the Dean. A cold snort sounded from the distance without any warning. Then, a luxurious figure wearing embroidered clothes flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the challenge stage behind the 10 Stars Hall. It's Chong Ku-chi. Looks like someone sent him a message to tell him about this. Chapter 3644. Everyone was surprised by Chong Ku-chi's appearance. At the same time, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Chong Ku-chi looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as soon as he appeared. Which clan or sect are you from? How dare you challenge me, Chong Ku-chi? Do you think the Zhong clan is made of paper? Boy, do you know what a God King clan means? The sneer on Chong Ku-chi's face grew wider and wider. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Chong Ku-chi. Instead, he looked at Chu Fengyang and asked, Teacher Chu, since you're here, I should be able to issue a challenge, right? Yes. Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. Earlier, when Chong Ku-chi appeared and threatened Duan Lingtian, he was worried Duan Lingtian would be affected. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was relieved. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if you offend Chong Ku-chi, Lord Dean will protect you. The Zhong clan wouldn't dare to cross the line. Moreover, with your innate talent and comprehension, I'm sure Lord Dean would be more than happy to accept you as his disciple. Once you become his disciple, no one in the Zhong clan would dare to touch you. While speaking, Chu Fengyang mentioned the Dean of the Hidden Mist Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy's Dean. Upon hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the voice of the Hidden Fog Academy's Dean, Murong Suifeng, half a month ago at the Ju clan's auction house. His tone was confident and domineering. It was clear he was a strong-willed person. Moreover, he was suspected to be a divine emperor. It was clear he was the most powerful person in Heavenly Wind City. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Chu Fengyang. After all, it was impossible for him to acknowledge the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy as his master. His only master was Feng Qingyang, who was still in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder, how is master now? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about Feng Qingyang. After all, he was the main reason his master was forced to such a state. If it were not for him, his master would still be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Once the passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were opened, he would be able to enter the realms of gods and rise to power. His master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons. On top of that, he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. He was destined to rise to prominence in the realms of gods. Currently, he could only hide in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Since that's the case, I'll challenge him to resurge Qi, Duan Lingtian said. In the next moment, his gaze landed on Chong Keki like a bolt of lightning, and a wisp of ridicule appeared at the corners of his mouth. The crown prince of the Tong clan, huh? I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you. Are you going to accept my challenge, or are you going to run away like a coward? Chong Keki's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to be so domineering even after he mentioned the Zhong clan. Did Duan Lingtian not know how powerful the Zhong clan was? Did Duan Lingtian really think the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy would be able to protect him? Duan Lingtian. Chong Keki sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His voice was laced with a hint of threat. I know what you're thinking. You must think the dean will be able to protect you. However, I have to remind you that although the dean is the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, he usually manages the academy in Wind City. Even if we can't do anything to you in Wind City, once you're in the Hidden Fog sect, the elders of the Zhong clan will be able to toy with you as they wish. Moreover, even if you're in Wind City, the dean won't be able to protect you all the time. Chong Keki bluntly threatened. However, facing Chong Keki's threat, Duan Lingtian always had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he bluntly said, "You don't have to threaten me with a voice transmission. Today, you only have 2 choices, fight with me, or run away like a coward. Of course, you also have another choice, and that is to admit defeat. I think, in the current situation, admitting defeat is your best choice. What do you think?" After saying this, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Chong Keki. Chong Keki did not expect that Duan Lingtian would disregard his face and bluntly say the words he used to threaten him. His anger suddenly skyrocketed. You will regret it. You will regret it. At the same time, he looked at Chu Fengyang. His eyes flashed. Teacher Chu, I admit defeat in this battle. As his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fight with Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he was not that stupid. He was not even a match for Hong Jun. Even Hong Jun was defeated by Duan Lingtian. He was destined to be tortured if he fought with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, he might as well just admit defeat. He also thought of ignoring Duan Lingtian's challenge and returning to the dormitory. When the time came, he would give up the dormitory. Or, during that time, he had already sent a message to the Chong family. The Chong family had pressured Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would withdraw the challenge card. However, when Duan Lingtian said that he should run away like a coward, he knew that he could not choose this path. Once he made the choice, even if nobody dared to say anything about it in public, he would definitely be called a coward behind his back. That would accompany him for the rest of his life and become a stain in his life. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian, enjoy the rest of your days. You don't have long to live. When Chong Kuchi turned to leave, Chong Kuchi's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It seemed that he would not rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored this. In this way, Duan Lingtian took Chong Kuchi's dormitory and turned to leave in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared that everyone came back to their senses one after another. From now on, one of the high-grade dormitories of our Hidden Mist Academy has a new owner. Out of the 5 high-grade dormitories, only 2 of them are high-grade dormitories with 10-star students who don't live up to their names. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? He's too strong, too terrifying. Yeah, with his strength, he can easily defeat any of the 10-star students. From now on, as long as he stays in the Hidden Mist Academy, he will be considered the #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He's not even 2,800 years old yet. If such a person grows up in the future, he will definitely be a high-level figure in the Hidden Mist sect. He might even be able to compete for the position of sect master. After Duan Lingtian left, the crowd of 10-star students discussed animatedly, and the eyes of the teachers present flickered with a bright light. Even Yuan Lei didn't become angry from the humiliation of losing to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he had a smile on his face. As a teacher of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star hall, he naturally hoped that this group of 10-star students would become active. They were like a pool of stagnant water. Any teacher would feel uncomfortable seeing them. As the saying goes, only with competitiveness can there be progress. A group of 10-star students who did not have competition and stayed in the Hidden Mist Academy to cultivate peacefully were destined to not make much progress. And without a good foundation in the Hidden Mist Academy, entering the Hidden Mist sect was destined to be mediocre. Too powerful. Liu Jin sighed with a complicated expression. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was a new student who could only live in a low-grade dormitory like him. He did not expect that on the first day, Duan Lingtian had already taken a low-grade dormitory, a mid-grade dormitory, and a high-grade dormitory. In the end, Duan Lingtian even moved into the high-grade dormitory that originally belonged to the Zhong family's crown prince, Zhong Keki. Although only the 10-star students and teachers of the 10-star hall were present to watch the process of Duan Lingtian taking the high-grade dormitory, as the crowd dispersed, the news quickly spread throughout the Hidden Mist Academy. For a time, all the students, including those who had just entered the Hidden Mist Academy, were shocked. We are all new students. But the difference between us and that Duan Lingtian is too big. That Duan Lingtian, on the first day, defeated Hong Jun, one of the 5 strongest students of the Hidden Mist Academy, and became the publicly recognized #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. Senior brother Duan seems to be the first person to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test in the past 10 years. The Hidden Mist Academy has not had a new 10-star student in the past 30 years. I never thought that his appearance would be so shocking. On this day, the entire Hidden Mist Academy was in an uproar because of the name Duan Lingtian. In the evening, the red sunset enveloped the entire world. As the night gradually fell over the Hidden Mist Academy, 2 figures floated away and disappeared without a trace. They were a young girl and a beautiful woman. If Duan Lingtian saw them, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan, whom he had met in the Zhu family's trading house half a month ago. That night, the Zhong family, a God King level family in Wind City, was not calm. Did you hear? The eldest young master was challenged and chased out of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory. Although Chong Ku-chi himself could only send a message to the people closest to him, and the people closest to him wouldn't spread the news, this news was like a fire that couldn't be wrapped in paper, and it completely spread in the Chong family. Some people in the Zhong family were in contact with the students and teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy. Through their messages, it was not difficult to find out what had happened in the Hidden Mist Academy today. In fact, it was not just the Zhong family who knew. At this very moment, even the other God King level clans in Tianfeng City had received the news. Of course. In contrast to the Zhong family's silence, the other God Monarch level family clans were rejoicing in their misfortune. Some of the God Monarch level family clans were even openly mocking the Zhong family's disciples. That night, many bloody incidents broke out between the disciples of the God King level families. To be more precise, it was a bloody incident between the Zhong family's disciples and the other God King level family's disciples. Chapter 3645. Zhong Family Mansion. Although night had fallen, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still brightly lit. The high-level members of the Zhong family, led by the Zhong family's 3rd Master Zhong San and 4th Master Zhong Sai, had gathered together. The names of the Zhong family's head and brothers had always been the focus of discussion in Skywind City. The Chong family's patriarch was also the eldest brother of the Chong family's direct descendants. His name was Chong Chong. As for his second brother, he was Chong Chong Chi's father. His name was Chong Below him were Chong San and Chong Sai. There was also a fifth sister named Chong Wu. However, she had changed her name when she grew older and was now married to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect didn't have a high status in the Hidden Fog sect, but he had a good father. He was the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a God Emperor level powerhouse. Because of this, the Zhong family's fifth master, Zhong Wu, was the Zhong family's biggest trump card. Although the Zhong family had many people with high status in the Hidden Fog sect, their status was far inferior to Zhong Wu's husband, let alone the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a God Emperor level powerhouse. You should have heard the news, right? Zhong San and Zhong Sai sat on either side of the main seat. Zhong San looked gloomily at the high-level members of the Zhong family and asked in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Big brother and second brother aren't around because they're out. However, they've already received the news. Their intention is to try our best to rope in that young man called Duan Ling Tian. If we can't use him, we'll destroy him, Zhong San said. Hearing Zhong San's words, everyone was a little surprised. They thought they would directly target that new student named Duan Ling Tian, but they didn't expect the Zhong family's head and second master to give him a chance. I'm afraid it's not possible for him to be used by us. Zhong Sai shook his head and said, that child Chi sent me a message and described that Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with the news from the Hidden Fog Academy, that Duan Ling Tian is obviously a very arrogant person. Coupled with the other God King level families, they definitely won't miss the chance to win him over. Also, that child Chi threatened him. Combining all these factors, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens for our Zhong family to win him over. Chong Sai voiced his guess. Chong Sai was Chong Sai of the Chong clan. Half a month ago, he and Duan Ling Tian competed for the Jiao, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pellet at the Zhu clan's auction. In the end, Duan Ling Tian won the San Divine Pellet, so he hated Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the strength of Yu Qiushuan, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and the identity of Duan Xiaoyu, Chong Sai didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Of course, Chong Sai didn't know that the person who had competed with him for the Jiao, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pills at the Zhu family's auction half a month ago was the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, we have to try. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we can only think of a way to destroy him, Chong San said in a deep voice. According to the rumors, Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension are good. It's almost certain that he will be favored by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. Now, we can only hope that Murong Suifeng has no intention of accepting him as a disciple. If he does, we can't touch him anymore. Murong Suifeng is a madman who is famous for being protective of his disciples. Back then, one of his disciples was killed by a divine king from a divine king level bandit force. He spent 100 years hunting down the remnants of that divine king level bandit force and exterminating all of them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. It's best not to provoke such a person if possible. Chong San's words caused the expressions of the Chong clan's upper echelons to become serious. This shouldn't be the case. Chong Sai shook his head and said, according to what I know, Dean Murong once said that he wouldn't accept any more disciples after his disciple died. This matter came from the Hidden Fog sect, so it shouldn't be fake. I've also heard of this matter. A Chong clan elder nodded. It's said that because of this matter, he took the initiative to come to Tianfeng City and assume the position of Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He left the Hidden Fog sect because he wanted a change of environment. There were too many memories of him and his only disciple in the Hidden Fog sect, so he didn't want to be sad. Normally speaking, with that headmaster Murong's character of keeping his word, he shouldn't have betrayed the promise he made back then. That promise could be considered a promise to his only disciple who died. As Chong Sai and this Chong clan elder spoke one after another, the others nodded. I hope it's true. In Tianfeng City, even in the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many people who could make their Chong clan afraid. Dean Murong Suifeng was one of them. However, as long as he didn't accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple, even if they killed Duan Lingtian, Murong Suifeng wouldn't be able to do anything without evidence. Even if there was evidence, they could just push a scapegoat out. At the same time, several other God King level families in Tianfeng City, including the Zhu clan, were also holding a meeting. The content of the meeting also revolved around the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian. Strive to win over that Duan Lingtian and have him work for our family. Such a genius, even if he enters the Hidden Fog sect in the future, he will surely have great achievements. As long as he is willing to join our family, he can set any conditions he wants. It was obvious that the few godly king clans were determined to obtain Duan Lingtian. And the reason their reactions were so great was because of the talent and perception Duan Lingtian had displayed so far. He wasn't even 2,800 years old and he had already comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. In addition, he had a middle god realm cultivation. Even if placed in the Hidden Fog sect, he would be a top genius. The most outstanding existence of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation would have the same achievements as him at his age. And that person had already been designated as the successor of the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, the next sect master. While Tianfeng City was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy had calmed down after the commotion. However, in the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was a figure leaning against the roof of the building. He held a wine jar in his hand and poured wine into his mouth, one mouthful after another, as if he didn't know when to stop. This was a middle-aged man wearing an elegant white robe. He had a handsome appearance, but because his long hair was broken, he looked a little sloppy. He was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Quan a very outstanding genius, entered the academy today. On the first day he entered the academy, he was recognized by the entire academy as the #1 student. He is really outstanding, even more outstanding than you. If you were still here, Master would have accepted him as a disciple and made him your junior apprentice brother. Since you are no longer here, Master made a promise to you that he wouldn't accept another disciple, so even if Elder Yun Hui persuaded me, I didn't plan on accepting him as a disciple. This kind of genius, let's wait for him to go to the sect and let those old fellows fight for him. Maybe, we don't need to wait for him to go to the sect. It won't be long before those old fellows receive the news and send people to rope him in. They want to accept him as a disciple in advance. Behind the Hidden Fog Academy was the Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng was in charge of everything in the Hidden Fog Academy. There were also rules in the Hidden Fog Academy. Every student, no matter how outstanding they were, had to be at least 3,000 years old before they could enter the Hidden Fog sect and become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. During this process, even if someone in the Hidden Fog sect wanted to take a student as a disciple, they couldn't personally come over to avoid affecting the student's cultivation. However, although there were rules, some people still found a way to take advantage of this loophole. For example, they sent people to persuade them. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, there were many examples like this. Dong Dong, ever since he obtained the high-grade dormitory in the 10-star student dormitory, Duan Lingtian had immersed himself in his room to cultivate. His ears didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, and no one disturbed him as well. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a wave of loud and clear knocking on the door sounded from outside, like the beating of a drum. Only then did he wake up. However, when he woke up, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his complexion didn't look too good. After all, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be happy to be disturbed like this. Now, it's not time for the academy to hold a trial for the 10-star students, right? The Hidden Fog Academy had a trial for the students of each star rank. It would be held once in a while to allow the students of the Hidden Fog Academy to improve their combat ability. The trial was usually held in the wild mountains outside Tianfeng City, where monster beasts were everywhere. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, the last trial for the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had just ended not long ago. It wouldn't be so soon for the next one. Creak. When Duan Lingtian opened the door to his room, he saw 2 figures standing in the sky outside the courtyard door and looking down at him. The person in the lead was dressed in a long greenish-brown robe. He had a tall figure, a handsome face, and sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples. He looked to be around 30 years old. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking out of the room slowly. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" The blue-robed youth spoke, his tone indifferent and condescending. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the blue-robed youth and asked. The blue-robed youth glanced at Duan Ling Tian. His tone was still indifferent. "I am an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng. My master, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, wishes to accept you as a disciple. When you reach the age and enter the sect, use this soul bead to contact me. I will take you to see my master." As soon as Tu Feng's voice fell, he casually threw a soul bead towards Duan Ling Tian. However, just as the soul bead arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, it was pushed back by Duan Ling Tian. "No need, even if I enter the Hidden Fog sect, I, Duan Ling Tian, don't plan on taking anyone as my master. However, I still have to thank the second elder for his kindness." Chapter 3646. Millimeter. Seeing Duan Ling Tian push back the soul bead, Tu Feng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Duan Ling Tian, are you not giving me, Tu Feng, face? Are you not giving my honorable master face? If you think so, I can't do anything about it." Duan Ling Tian shrugged. He calmly looked at Tu Feng and said, "I, Duan Ling Tian, can decide my own life. I don't need anyone else to interfere. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" Tu Feng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a destructive aura swept out from his body. It was clear that Tu Feng comprehended the laws of destruction. Moreover, looking at the strength of the divine power rising from Tu Feng's body, it was clear that he wasn't just a divine spirit. He was a god king. Tu Feng was the chief disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was a lower god king who wasn't even 10,000 years old. Although he wasn't at the top of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation, he was still an outstanding figure. "What? You dare to make a move in the Hidden Fog Academy?" Seeing Tu Feng's strength rise, Duan Ling Tian's lips curved into a mocking smile. There was no fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the Hidden Fog Academy's rules. If an outsider dared to trespass into the academy, it was a capital offense, let alone attacking a student. The Hidden Fog sect's disciples might have the right to enter the academy, but if they dared to attack a student on campus, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. Just as Tu Feng was about to lose his mind, another grey-robed youth behind him spoke up to stop him. At the same time, the youth reminded him with a sound transmission, "The Hidden Fog Academy has rules. Even if it is our Hidden Fog sect's disciples, if they dare to attack a student, they will be killed without mercy. In the past, many Hidden Fog sect disciples were executed because of this. One of them was even the Great Elder's disciple. At that time, when the Vice Sect Master killed the Great Elder's disciple, not only did the Great Elder not dare to be angry, he even apologized to the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master this youth spoke of was the Hidden Fog sect's Vice Sect Master, Murong Suifeng. He was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy. Hearing this reminder, Tu Feng restrained the strength that rose from his body. But his eyes were still cold as they fell on Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, there will come a day when you enter the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, I will settle the old debts of today with you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you live until the day you enter the Hidden Fog sect." As he spoke, the corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Duan Ling Tian had offended the Heavenly Wind City's God King level Zhong family, Tu Feng had also heard about it. With his understanding of the Zhong family, there was no way they would let this Duan Ling Tian go so easily. Perhaps this Duan Ling Tian would die before he could enter the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian calmly watched Tu Feng leave. His face was expressionless from beginning to end. It was clear he wasn't affected at all. And in the following period of time, people from the Hidden Fog sect came to Hidden Fog Academy one after another to look for Duan Ling Tian. But Duan Ling Tian was too lazy to bother with them. He closed his door and didn't come out. It wasn't until the day of the 10-star student's smelting trial was about to arrive that Duan Lingtian once again walked out of his room and out of the academy gates. After coming out, he headed in the direction of 10 Stars Hall. When the 10-star students went out for smelting trial, 10 Stars Hall would give them some divine pills to restore their spiritual strength and heal their injuries. Of course, not every 10-star student received the same amount of divine pills. The 10-star students were also divided into 4 levels according to their dormitory. The higher the level, the more divine pills they could receive. For instance, Duan Lingtian could now receive the highest grade of divine pills. Of course, this was only because there were more divine pills. It didn't mean he had better divine pills. Duan Lingtian is here. After several months, Duan Lingtian has finally appeared again. Before Duan Lingtian entered 10 Stars Hall, things were fine. Although he encountered some 10-star students along the way, no one paid attention to him, so no one recognized him. However, when they entered the 10 Stars Palace, they caused quite a commotion. "You're here." Liu Jin stepped forward, a forced smile on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a bit of nervousness in his eyes. Facing the restrained Liu Jin, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded. "Millimeter. You're also here to receive the divine pills?" "Yes." Seeing Duan Lingtian's attitude towards him was the same as before, Liu Jin secretly relaxed. The smile on his face also became much brighter. Duan Lingtian. Another figure walked towards Duan Lingtian. It was another Duan Lingtian's acquaintance, Ding Yang. Millimeter Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Ding Yang. Back then, Ding Yang had kindly reminded him of some things. Therefore, even though he and Ding Yang were quite hostile at the beginning, it didn't affect the harmony between him and Ding Yang. However, when Ding Yang approached Duan Lingtian, his expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I suggest you don't go out for the trial this time. If you don't go, no one will say anything about you. No one in the academy dares to question your strength now." Ding Yang transmitted his voice to advise Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, all students were required to participate in the trial. If they didn't participate, they would be expelled from the academy. However, Ding Yang felt that with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't be willing to expel Duan Lingtian. "Why?" Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yang meaningfully and asked. "Don't play dumb in front of me." Ding Yang rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "The fact that you offended the Zhong family is no secret in Tianfeng City. The Zhong family will definitely make a move on you during the trial this time. Even if the Zhong family doesn't make a move on you, the other God King level families will. Of course, they won't make a move on you because they have a grudge against you. They want to frame the Zhong family so that the dean will be angry and punish the Zhong family." As Ding Yang's voice reached the end, his tone became extremely solemn. "Are they that bold? How dare they make a move on me when I'm out on a trial?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard that the Zhong family dared to make a move on him when a 10-star student was out on a trial. Of course they wouldn't at first. Ding Yang shook his head and said, "However, the 10-star students will be separated from the teachers who are leading them during the trial. The people from the Zhong clan and the other God King clans can hide in the place where we are conducting the trial and wait for an opportunity to make a move on you. When the time comes, as long as they do it cleanly, there won't be any evidence." Ding Yang's repeated attempts to dissuade Duan Lingtian had affected Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian began to reconsider. After a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. He asked Ding Yang, "As far as I know, God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter the trial grounds where the 10-star students are going, right?" "Yes." Ding Yang nodded. "There's a formation set up around that place. If a God King or above appears inside, it'll sound the alarm. However, while God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter, higher deities are allowed to enter. The Zhong family and the other God King level families don't lack higher deities. I know you're strong, and you don't think much of ordinary higher deities. However, what about a group of higher deities? A group of higher deities might even form a formation to attack you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to withstand them. Ding Yang reminded him again. In other words, it's impossible for a god king to make a move on me. Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Ding Yang nodded. The teachers leading the team will escort us all the way to the trial grounds. As long as you don't leave the trial grounds, no god king will be able to appear in front of you without alerting you. Those teachers aren't to be trifled with. Upon hearing Ding Yang's words, Duan Lingtian felt much more assured. At the same time, he decided to participate in the 10-star trial. If he didn't participate, he would have to seek permission from the Hidden Fog Academy's president. Moreover, if he participated in the trial and ranked at the top, he would be able to obtain some precious items. Of course, the precious items mentioned here were only precious to deities. They might not be of much use to god kings and above. This time's trial, what are the rewards? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yang. A moment later, he learned from Ding Yang about the rewards for the 10-star trial. The best reward was a dragon mark divine grass that could help deities improve their cultivation. Of course, the effects were not as good as the Jiao Yi Bing 3 divine pills combined. However, the difference was not too great. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already consumed the Jiao Yi Bing 3 divine pills before. It would not have any effect on him if he consumed the dragon mark divine grass that he had never consumed before. Even if the dragon mark divine grass can't help me break through to the higher deity stage, it should be able to bring me closer to the higher deity stage. I must obtain it. The dragon mark divine grass made Duan Lingtian even more determined to participate in the 10-star trial. As for the threat from the Zhong family and the other god king clans, Duan Lingtian knew that he should be able to deal with a group of higher deities even if they formed a formation. At the critical moment, even if he used all his methods, it would be useless. At most, he would take the risk and use the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Now that he was an intermediate deity, he could unleash the true power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang would definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian, although the dragon mark divine grass is rare, with your talent and comprehension, you can just ask the president for one. There's no need to take the risk for it. Ding Yang could not help but advise Duan Lingtian again when he heard that he still intended to participate in the trial and was tempted by the dragon mark divine grass. Chapter 36-47. Ask the Dean for help. Upon hearing Ding Yang's words, although Duan Lingtian felt that this was feasible, he did not intend to do so. Once he did so, it would mean that he would owe Ding Yang a huge favor. Most importantly, he felt that there was no need to do so. I still want to see a 10-star student's trial. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Ding Yang originally wanted to persuade him again, but when he met Duan Lingtian's determined gaze, he shut his mouth and did not continue. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Then when the time comes, you and I will leave together. When those fellows see me, I think they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, Ding Yang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, don't misunderstand, I have no intention of competing with you for points. In the trial, the points belong to whoever kills the demon beast. The reason he said this was undoubtedly because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand his original intention. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ding Yang. When those people from the God King level clans see you, they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If I'm not mistaken, you're a defeated opponent of mine. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Of course, I'm not saying that my strength is enough to make them hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. It's my identity. Ding Yang's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Your identity? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Yang with interest. What identity? In his opinion, if Ding Yang really had an identity that could make the God King level clans of Qianfeng City hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, then he would not be living in a 10-star student's low-class dormitory now. He would have lived in a high-class dormitory long ago, or at least a middle-class dormitory. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Ding Yang obviously did not want to talk about this topic. Duan Lingtian also did not delve into it because he did not need anyone to follow him and protect him. As long as there were no god kings from the god king level clans in Tianfeng City, no matter how many higher deities tried to intercept him, even if he was no match for them, he was confident that he would be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, when the time came, he might not even need to flee. Perhaps, at that time, it would be hard to say who would be the one to kill who. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Ding Yang and went to collect the divine pill. He then prepared to leave the 10 Stars Hall and wait for the 10-star student's trial to arrive. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded from behind. It was getting closer and closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around, an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build wearing a long green robe had already appeared before his eyes. Is something the matter? Those who could appear here were, naturally, 10-star students. However, Duan Lingtian did not know who this person was. When Duan Lingtian was asking about the person, Ding Yang's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, this person is also from the Zhong clan. His name is Chong Heliang. Naturally, he's only a branch disciple of the Zhong clan. His position in the Zhong clan is not something Zhong Keki can compare to. As soon as Ding Yang finished speaking, Chong Heliang looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, I was sent by our Zhong clan to express our stance. As long as you're willing to join our Zhong clan and become a branch disciple of our Zhong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong clan for life, our Zhong clan will no longer make things difficult for you because of the conflict between you and young Master Zhong Keki. Otherwise, although Chong Haliang had intentionally interrupted Duan Lingtian, the threat in his tone was obvious. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say. Otherwise what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Heliang indifferently as a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me your Chong clan plans to annihilate me, just because I snatched Zhong Keki's high-grade dorm room? Moreover, it's within the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian, I know you're strong and talented. However, I advise you to submit to the circumstances. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chong Heliang shook his head. This is my personal advice to you. I hope you can give me an answer before the 10-star trial begins. Otherwise, the Zhong clan won't let you go. This is my soul orb. Chong Haliang turned around and handed his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his soul orb. There's no need for that. All right. Chong Haliang did not waste any time. He put away the soul orb and left. However, when he turned around, a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to go too far in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's. If he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the 10 Stars Hall, several more people came forward. These people were from the other God King level clans in Wind City. Among them was the Zhu clan. Their goal was the same as Chong Heliang's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian for their clans. Of course, they did not make any excessive demands. For example, they made a heart demon blood oath. After all, their clans did not have any conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian only agreed on the surface, joining their clans would only bring benefits to their clans. However, Duan Lingtian rejected them one by one. He had his own path to walk. Right now, he was already in the Hidden Fog Academy under the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect. If he were to join a God King level clan, it would be a waste of effort. The trial for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students was held once a year. Every year, the Hidden Fog Academy would take out something as a reward for the 10-star students. This year, the Hidden Fog Academy took out many tempting rewards as usual. Among them, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass was the best reward. This year, the Academy is a bit stingy. Last year, they took out Jiao Yibing 3 Divine Pills as a reward for the first place. But this year, they only gave out Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Yes. Although Dragon Mark Divine Grass is the same type of divine pill as Jiao Yibing 3 Divine Pills, its efficacy is much worse. Aren't you thinking too much? In any case, it's impossible for you to get first place in this trial. I think the second and third place rewards are better than last year's. It should be balanced out. In front of the 10 Stars Hall, a group of 10-star students were discussing. Today was also the day that the 10-star students would participate in the trial. The trial would start today and last for 3 months. In these 3 months, all 10-star students would enter the trial grounds that the Hidden Fog Academy had already chosen. The trial grounds were a monster beast mountain range. No matter how many monster beasts died, they would still come back in groups the next year. And this was the work of the Hidden Fog Academy. To be more precise, it was the work of the Hidden Fog sect. When the monster beasts in the Monster Beast mountain range died, the Hidden Fog sect would capture monster beasts from other places and bring them here. With the cultivation of the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses, they could imprison a large number of monster beasts in their small worlds and release them into the Monster Beast Forest. For example, before the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students began, the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses had already released a large number of monster beasts into the Monster Beast Forest. The rules of the trial for the 10-star students are like this. Duan Lingtian was also in the crowd. Many people around him often looked at him as if he was some rare animal. And at this moment, Ding Yang, who was standing beside him, finished speaking in a timely manner. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian completely understood the specific rules of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial through Ding Yang's mouth. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial would be held in a fixed monster beast forest. After killing a monster beast, as long as the student touched the blood of the monster beast with their point token, the token would record their points. Different monster beasts with different cultivation levels would have different points. The point token would only be issued before the trial began. This was to prevent people from cheating. All of the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Forest had array formations placed on their bodies by the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses. All of them had died under the hands of the same person. Only a quarter of an hour after their death and the blood that hadn't entered the storage ring would be recorded as points. This also prevented the possibility of students with a certain background from cheating. After all, the Monster Beast Forest couldn't be completely restricted. It could only prevent existences above the Divine King level from entering. Moreover, before the trial began, the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers would wander around the Monster Beast Forest to confirm that there were no other people hunting monster beasts. Only then would the Hidden Fog Academy's students be allowed to enter the Monster Beast Forest and begin the trial. The point token has to recognize an owner. The point token will also recognize the laws that the owner is proficient in. Only by using that law to kill monster beasts can one accumulate points. This further prevents the possibility of cheating. Previously, when he heard Ding Yang say these and even more restrictions, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The Hidden Fog Academy's students really went to great lengths to prevent the 10-star students from cheating in the trial. With so many restrictions, it would be better to directly prohibit outsiders from entering that place. Only the Hidden Fog Academy's students could enter that place. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Ding Yang about it. However, Ding Yang's answer was the Hidden Fog Academy felt that this was more secure. This was because as long as the array formation didn't restrict people above the Divine King level, many Divine King level existences who were proficient in array formations could easily break it. It was meaningless to set it up. Even if the array formation restricted Divine King level existences, it was only a warning. It couldn't kill a Divine King. The Hidden Fog sect behind the Hidden Fog Academy didn't have any experts who were truly proficient in array formations. Therefore, the Hidden Fog Academy set up so many restrictions to limit the possibility of cheating. Hong Jun, you were defeated by him? Is he really that strong? In the corner of the group of 10-star students, a young man wearing a grey robe walked to Hong Jun's side. He looked at the purple figure in the distance with his back to him and asked Hong Jun with a flicker in his eyes. Chapter 3648. There's a floating image pearl in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded my battle with Ling Tian. Didn't you borrow it to take a look? In response to the grey-robed young man's question, Hong Jun glanced at him indifferently and replied with a question. I came out of closed-door cultivation 2 days ago. When I went to the 10 Stars Hall to collect the divine pills, I wanted to borrow a floating image pearl. However, the floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded your battle with Ling Tian were stolen. I can only wait for them to return it. The grey-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. There were many floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall, and 10-star students could borrow them by spending their credits. Every student in the Hidden Fog Academy had credits. Credits were usually obtained in the trials. Naturally, the credits here were not the same as the points in the trials. Points were points, and credits were credits. Points were used to rank the students in the trials. After the ranking, the points would be converted into credits. Academic credits were equivalent to a special currency in the Hidden Mist Academy. In the Hidden Mist Academy, other than the use of godstones for private transactions, students couldn't use godstones for transactions between the academy and the academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, credits could be used to exchange for anything. They could be used to borrow cultivation methods and floating image pearls. They could also be used to purchase divine pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine weapons. Credits could not be given out privately in the Hidden Fog Academy. They could only be used for consumption. This was to prevent students with strong backgrounds from threatening other students to transfer their credits to them. I heard that when you fought with him, he did not use a divine weapon. You had to use a divine weapon to fight him to a draw. The grey-clad young man asked again. Since you already know, why ask? Hong Jun glanced at the grey-clad young man indifferently and said, He Yipping, if you really want to know his strength, you can challenge him. He's staying in a high-grade dormitory. You can go to the 10 Stars Hall and apply for a challenge auction to his dormitory. The grey-clad young man was called He Yipping. He was as famous as Hong Jun in the Hidden Fog Academy, and his strength was on par with Hong Jun. However, due to his ordinary background, he could not stay in a high-grade dormitory. It was also because of this that he and Hong Jun appreciated each other and had a good relationship. Do you really want me to make a fool of myself? He Yipping glared at Hong Jun and said, I was just asking casually because I found it hard to believe. If he has truly mastered the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space, let alone you and me, even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Humph. Hong Jun snorted coldly and ignored He Yipping. However, when his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, it became extremely solemn. He would never forget the last battle. That was also the first time in his life that he had lost to someone younger than him. Are you Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian had just stopped talking to Ding Yang when a voice came from afar and soon arrived in front of him. The person who came was a young man dressed in fine clothes. His face was firm, his eyes were bright, and his curly hair was draped behind his back. There was a gentle aura between his brows, giving people a distinct feeling. It was easy to remember this kind of person with just a glance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. This was one of the few people he had seen in his life who had a distinctive appearance. Hello, I'm Hu Qingning. The young man came in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile before Duan Lingtian could speak. Hu Qingning. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this name. On his first day at the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard Liu Jin mention Hu Qingning. He knew that Hu Qingning was one of the people who lived in the 5 high-grade dormitories among the 10-star students. He was also one of the people who lived in the high-grade dormitory with his own strength. At the same time, he had an extraordinary identity. He was the young sect master of a God King level sect. Duan Lingtian. Seeing the other party's kind face, Duan Lingtian returned the greeting and nodded at him. Duan Lingtian, I heard about you when I came out of seclusion some time ago. I wanted to exchange pointers with you, but I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion only today. In front of Duan Lingtian, Hu Qingning didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. Although I know I'm definitely not your opponent, as someone who also comprehended the law of space, I still want to exchange pointers with you and see what I'm lacking in. After all, this is the first time I, Hu Qingning, have met someone younger than me who has also comprehended the law of space and is stronger than me. Hu Qingning couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You won't refuse to exchange pointers with me just because I'm not as strong as you, right? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Hu Qingning asked again. Let's wait until the trial ends. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, if you want to exchange pointers, I'll exchange pointers with you when the time comes. Although Duan Lingtian had just met Hu Qingning, he had a good impression of Hu Qingning from their interactions today and Liu Jin's introduction in the past. Therefore, he did not reject Hu Qingning's request. That's settled then. Hu Qingning's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll look for you when the trial ends. As soon as Hu Qingning finished speaking, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian could sense a cold gaze staring at him from the direction Hu Qingning left. He didn't have to look to know who it was. It was none other than Chong Keki, the direct descendant of the Chong clan who had lost to him without even fighting. He was the crown prince of the Chong clan. Currently, Chong Keki was standing there with Chong Haliang, the direct descendant of the Chong clan whom Duan Lingtian had met before. Chong Haliang had once represented the Chong clan in the Ten Stars Temple to recruit him. He had even threatened Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong clan. Duan Lingtian would either join the Chong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong clan or die. Very good. Everyone is here. At the same time, a loud voice resonated in the air. Accompanying the voice was a figure that was as sturdy as a tower. It was a young man with a dignified appearance and a cold expression. He was more than 2 meters tall, and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, today should be your first time meeting teacher Yu Qianshan, right? Ding Yang, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, asked when the newcomer appeared. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had seen many teachers since he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, but he had never seen this burly young man in front of him. However, this burly young man gave him a dangerous feeling. He felt more dangerous than any teacher he had seen since he came to the 10-star dormitory. He even gave him an unfathomable feeling. Teacher Yu Qianshan is one of the more powerful teachers in our Hidden Fog Academy. His strength is second only to the Dean. It is said that he is on par with teacher Yun Hui and teacher Tang Hao. Ding Yang continued, and in our Hidden Fog Academy, they are recognized as the 3 strongest teachers under the Dean. They are all High God Kings. Usually, you can't see him. He only appears when the 10-star students are in the trial and takes us to the trial grounds. He personally leads the team to ensure the safety of the 10-star students. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy are equivalent to the inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. For the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect, they cannot afford to lose you. I wish those God King clans would send their God King experts to kill you. At that time, they would be killed by teacher Yu Qianshan before they could even find you. The corners of Ding Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile when he reached the end of his sentence. He was mocking the God Kings of the God King clans. Yu Qianshan. When Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yu Qianshan also happened to be looking at him. Yu Qianshan smiled and nodded at him. Obviously, Yu Qianshan already knew of his existence. Then, Yu Qianshan said in a clear voice, I heard that there is an amazing new student among the 10-star students. His strength is recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy. When Yu Qianshan said this, almost all the 10-star students' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. However, don't be discouraged. Yu Qianshan continued, although the new student is strong, he is still a new student. He has never participated in the 10-star trial. In this regard, his experience is not as good as yours. So, it is not impossible for you to defeat him in this trial. After all, the trial rankings are based on trial points, not strength. As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, many people's eyes lit up. Especially Hong Jun, Hu Qingning, He Yiping, and the others. At this time, their eyes shone brightly. They were looking forward to surpassing Duan Lingtian in the 10-star trial. When the other 3 teachers arrive, we will set off. Yu Qianshan said again, now, let's wait for a while. Although Yu Qianshan asked Duan Lingtian and the others to wait, they did not have to wait for long. In less than 10 breaths of time, the other 3 teachers arrived. These 3 teachers were also unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Following Yu Qianshan's order, the group of a few dozen people stepped into the air and left the Hidden Fog Academy. They left Qianfeng City. Yu Qianshan took the lead and opened up a path in front. Meanwhile, the other 3 Hidden Mist Academy teachers stood guard in 3 other directions, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the back. They protected Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 10-star students. He is Duan Lingtian. After leaving Skywind City, the 3 Hidden Fog Academy's teachers learned about Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in the Hidden Fog Academy. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian from time to time. Their gazes were different from one another. One of the gazes gave Duan Lingtian an uncomfortable feeling. Although there was no obvious hostility, it was completely different from the other 2 teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was cold and indifferent. Is that teacher related to the Zhong family? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yang. At the same time, he pointed in one direction. Chapter 3649. At Duan Lingtian's subtle gesture, Ding Yang casually glanced in that direction and asked, "How do you know? I feel like he looks at me differently from the other 2 teachers." Duan Lingtian revealed his discovery. That's teacher Zhu Chun. His wife and the 3rd master of the Chong family's wife are sisters. Because of this, he's very close to the Chong family. It can even be said that he's half a member of the Chong family. Ding Yang said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. However, don't worry. Although he has a good relationship with the Zhong clan, he won't dare to mess around under Master Yu Qianshan's nose unless he has a death wish. At most, he'll send a message to the Zhong clan. Even without him, Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang can do that. Ding Yang continued to say. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was from Hu Qingning, who was also staying in the 10-star high-grade dormitory and had an extraordinary background. The Zhong clan will definitely do something to you in the 10-star trial this time. Before I came, I've already informed the elders in my sect to bring people to the vicinity of the trial site. They can go in and protect you at any time. Do you need my help? After all, I don't want anything to happen to you, Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, I'll have one less opponent to spar with. Duan Lingtian did not expect Hu Qingning to send him a voice transmission. After all, he had only met Duan Lingtian once. He had only agreed to spar with Duan Lingtian after the trial. How could Duan Lingtian make such an arrangement based on this? Thank you. Although he was surprised, Duan Lingtian still rejected Hu Qingning's good intentions. However, I think I can solve this matter myself. If he asked Hu Qingning for help, he could further conceal himself and keep a low profile. However, if he did that, he would definitely owe Hu Qingning a favor, and even the sect behind Hu Qingning would owe him a favor. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to do this. Moreover, even if he revealed his strength this time, he would be careful and not expose his trump card. Even if he did this, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention, which would cause him to fall into the situation of the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind, he also knew that the benefits of keeping a high profile outweighed the disadvantages. As long as the balance between the two was properly grasped, it would be enough. All right. Hu Qingning nodded. Then I'll have them go back. He didn't say anything else. Whatever Duan Lingtian said, he was decisive and straightforward. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of him. After all, they were strangers. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't fear the Zhong family, it was still very rare for him to do this. Duan Lingtian, we're about to reach the trial grounds, remember what I said and follow me. After following Duan Lingtian for a while, the surrounding scenery changed several times. Ding Yang's sound transmission also reached Duan Lingtian's ears. No need. Duan Lingtian rejected Ding Yang's good intentions again. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. If only Ding Yang was as straightforward as Hu Qingning. He had rejected him many times, but Ding Yang was like a dog skin plaster, sticking to him. Of course, He couldn't turn hostile. After all, Ding Yang was doing this for his own good. However, there were some things he couldn't explain. He couldn't possibly tell Ding Yang that even the higher deities sent by the Chong family would most likely die in his hands if they fought against him, right? What qualifications did he have to say that? Even the most outstanding middle deities of the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't be able to accomplish this. This was a little too high profile. We've arrived. When Du and Lingtian and the others arrived in the air above a forest and mountain range, Yu Qianshan brought Du and Lingtian and the others to a stop. At the same time, he turned and looked at Du and Lingtian and the others. Now, I will give you the point tokens. As usual, make the point token recognize you as its master. As for the point token, once it recognizes you as its master, it cannot be removed. If you die, the point token will disappear. Normally speaking, the trial of a 10-star student shouldn't be a threat to your life. What is being tested is the speed at which you hunt monster beasts. If you encounter powerful monster beasts, even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape unscathed. Of course, if you are really unlucky and encounter a large number of monster beasts, you can choose to crush your point tokens. At that time, I will rush over and save you. After listening to Yu Qianshan's words, Du and Lingtian looked at Ding Yang who was standing next to him and asked through voice transmission, since crushing the accumulative point token can get teacher Yu Qianshan to kill me, why would the Zhong clan send someone to kill me? Aren't they afraid I'll crush my point token? Ding Yang shook his head in response to Du and Lingtian's question. He replied with a voice transmission, "You're overthinking it. If the Zhong clan intended to kill you in there, they would have brought along a formation plate and activated a formation to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion. Even if they didn't use the formation plate to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion, they could have asked the students related to the Zhong clan to crush the accumulative points medallion and lure Yu Qianshan over. And they will make a move on you at that time." Ding Yang said, "A God King clan like the Zhong family will definitely leave a way out for themselves. To them, all they have to do is to kill you. They don't care about the lives of the higher gods sent by the Zhong family. In fact, those higher gods might even be sacrificial warriors that they have reared. They might have sworn a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong family. In the realms of gods, the heart demon blood oath could make anyone pale. If one swore a heart demon blood oath in other realms, as long as one was not in the realms of gods, nothing would happen to them. However, if one swore a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods, one would be directly linked to a supreme expert. If one were to violate the oath, one would be hunted down by the supreme expert's subordinates. Even a god would not be able to escape death. For some powerful ultimate gods, the ultimate god's subordinates might not have the ability to kill them. However, under such circumstances, the matter would not end just because of the ultimate god's strength. The ultimate gods would personally make a move and kill the ultimate gods. Violating a heart demon blood oath was equivalent to blasphemy against the supreme expert. It was something the supreme expert would not tolerate. In the realms of gods, the supreme expert was like a law. As long as one did not violate the law, everything would be fine. However, if one did, one would be punished by the supreme expert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yu Qianshan raised his hand, token after token flew out and hovered in front of the 10-star students, including Du and Lingtian, waiting for them to collect it. Du and Lingtian took the token and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. "Go!" Yu Qianshan's voice fell. Then, a 10-star student stepped out from the crowd. His figure flashed, and disappeared into the forest and the mountain range below. The mountain range was full of twists and turns, and the forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial covered a large area in front of them. Du and Lingtian, I'll go first. After Hu Qingning bade farewell to Du and Lingtian, he followed Du and Lingtian and entered the mountain range below. Soon after, his figure disappeared into the mountain range. "Let's go as well." Ding Yang called out to Du and Lingtian before the two of them flew into the forest below. However, as soon as they entered the forest, Ding Yang noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. This is bad. At this moment, Ding Yang finally regained his senses. Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving with him at all. That guy. Is he really not afraid of death? Ding Yang was flustered and exasperated. He did not have many friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. However, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy when they fought. He did not injure or even kill him. Ding Yang was very grateful to him and treated Duan Lingtian as his friend. This was also the reason why he became close to Duan Lingtian. One could imagine what it would be like for a person who didn't have many friends before to suddenly have a friend that he recognized. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian could not handle Ding Yang's enthusiasm. Just like this time, Ding Yang insisted on staying by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian had tried to reject him a few times but to no avail. In the end, he could not be bothered to reject Ding Yang. It was not that he did not believe Ding Yang's words. Ding Yang had said many times that as long as he followed him, he would not be in danger. He also thought that Ding Yang might really have an extraordinary identity. However, he did not want to owe Ding Yang a favor. Just like how he did not want to owe Hu Qingning and the God King level sect behind him. This was because he felt that he could solve this matter by himself. The 10-star trial is to hunt demonic beasts in the trial ground. After killing the demonic beast, immediately let the token touch the fresh blood of the demonic beast to gain points. If you think some parts of the demonic beast's body are valuable, you can take them. The 10-star trial is to test your speed in hunting demonic beasts and how to deal with all kinds of demonic beast attacks. Some demonic beasts like to attack humans in groups. Although these demonic beasts are not necessarily a threat to our lives, not many people are willing to encounter them. Once you encounter them, it is equivalent to wasting a lot of time on them, whether it is to kill them or to escape from under their noses. Before entering the 10-star trial ground, Duan Lingtian learned the specific rules and procedures of the trial from Ding Yang. He knew what to do and what to avoid after entering the trial ground. I just received a message from young Master Qi. Duan Lingtian has entered. In the depths of a mountain forest, ghostly figures that seemed to be hidden in the shadows appeared under the lead of a skinny figure. Chapter 3650. The skinny figure in the lead was an old man with an aged face. His eyes gleamed with the light of a wolf, as if he was about to devour someone. Among the dozen or so people following behind him, there were young men and middle-aged men. Each and every one of them exuded a cold and bloodthirsty aura. When they gathered together, they did not seem like a group of humans but more like a pack of wolves. The skinny old man was the king of this pack of wolves. Search for the target immediately. At the same time, don't alert the others. Once you find the target, inform the others immediately. When almost everyone has arrived, attack at my command and try to kill him in one blow. That Duan Lingtian may only be an intermediate deity, but none of you are a match for him in a one-on-one fight. The skinny old man said indifferently, now, spread out and search for the target. Yes. The dozen or so people responded in unison. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. None of them spoke too soon or too late. As soon as they finished speaking, they split up and flew off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the forest and mountain range like fish returning to the sea. If anyone were here, they would definitely be very surprised. This was because these people were like natural-born hunters. They wandered in the forest and mountain range. No matter what it was, they could cleverly use it as a cover. Even if one was very close to them, it would not be easy to discover them without using divine consciousness. These people were the men of sacrifice raised by the Zhong clan, a God King level clan in Tianfeng City. They were specially trained to solve some of the clandestine matters of the Zhong clan. At the same time, in a few other places, there were also several groups of people spreading out in all directions. There were only 5 or 6 people in each of these groups. They were not as many as the Zhong clan, but all of them exuded a bloodthirsty and cold aura. These people were from the other clans in Tianfeng City. Even the Zhu clan had sent men of sacrifice. They had also sent men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. However, their reason for killing Du and Lingtian was completely different from the Zhong families. The Zhong family wanted to kill the Du and Lingtian because of the enmity between the Du and Lingtian and the Zhong family. If they didn't kill the Du and Lingtian, the Du and Lingtian would become a hidden danger to the Zhong family in the future. As for the other God King level clans that wanted to kill Du and Lingtian wanted to shift the blame onto the Zhong clan. At the same time, killing a young genius who was about to rise but was unwilling to be used by them was a good thing for them, not a bad thing. They were happy to see this happen. Looks like the Zhong clan isn't the only one who sent people here. Yu Qianshan, who was hovering in the air above the vast forest, withdrew his soul consciousness that had covered a large area of the forest below and shook his head slightly. The trial grounds for the 10-star students were huge. Even though he was a high god king and his soul consciousness could cover a large area, he could only cover a corner of the 10-star students' trial grounds. He couldn't cover the entire trial grounds. Not long after Du and Lingtian entered the forest, he discovered that Du and Lingtian had disappeared from the range of his soul consciousness. He was no longer able to lock onto Du and Lingtian's whereabouts. However, he could still sense the changes in the forest. But now that he had withdrawn his soul consciousness, he didn't seem to have any plans for the next step. Elder Qianshan, a teacher standing not far from Yu Qianshan, heard his words. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Yu Qianshan frowning. "How many times have I told you? Right now, you and I are no longer in the Hidden Fog sect. We are in the Hidden Fog Academy, so you don't need to call me elder something. Within the academy, there is a name for you." As he spoke, Yu Qianshan's tone became somewhat impatient. "Yes, Teacher Yu." The teacher bitterly smiled. Then, he straightened his face and said, "That Du and Lingtian participating in this trial is quite dangerous. Are we really going to stand guard here and do nothing? Who said we're not going to do anything?" Yu Qianshan lightly said, "We're going to stand guard here. If a god king trespasses into the trial grounds, we'll be the first to discover it. At that time, we'll take action and kill that reckless god king." After saying this, Yu Qianshan looked at another teacher not far away. "Teacher Zhu Chun, don't you agree?" "Ah." Zhu Chun was clearly thinking about something. When he heard Yu Qianshan call him, he hurriedly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Qianshan with awe and nervousness. Yes, Teacher Yu is right. Although he didn't hear what Yu Qianshan said, did he want to hear it? He didn't need to. Although they were both teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, he still knew the difference in status between him and Teacher Yu Qianshan. Yu Qianshan wasn't just a subordinate of the dean. Even in the Hidden Fog sect, he also had a high position. The reason he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher was partly because he was bored and wanted to come out and relax. Unlike him, he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher so that when he returned to the sect in the future, he could have a good resume and be promoted. Teacher Zhu Chun. There was another teacher who had been silent all this time. Now, he looked at Zhu Chun deeply and said, "This time, the Zhong family should have sent many people to the trial grounds to kill Du and Lingtian, right?" Zhu Chun's expression changed when he heard this. However, he immediately calmed down and shook his head. "I don't know. But normally speaking, the Zhong family shouldn't be so bold." "Shouldn't be?" This teacher obviously didn't intend to let Zhu Chun go so easily. But just now, Teacher Yu Qianshan clearly found many non-10-star students wandering around the trial ground. "Aren't those people from the Zhong family?" "I don't know about this either." Zhu Chun shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Yu Qianshan and said, "Teacher Yu, if you think those people's identities are suspicious, I can personally capture them and bring them to you so that you can interrogate them personally." Of course, Zhu Chun was just saying it casually. Because he knew that Yu Qianshan wouldn't let him do that. Even if other teachers were to go, they wouldn't let him go. After all, he had a close relationship with the Zhong family. They would definitely be worried that he would personally make a move on Du and Lingtian. No need. Sure enough, Zhu Chun guessed right. Yu Qianshan shook his head and said, "You, just wait here with us. Later, if someone crushes their token, you will come with me." Yu Qianshan's words obviously meant that he wanted to tie Zhu Chun to his side. Zhu Chun wasn't surprised by this and repeatedly said yes. Teacher Yu. The teacher who spoke first looked at Yu Qianshan and frowned slightly. What do you and the dean think? Not to mention the academy, even if placed in our sect, Duan Lingtian would still be considered an extremely outstanding genius. Don't you think it's too dangerous for him to participate in the 10-star trial? Don't tell me you and the dean want to see such a genius fall just like that. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the other teacher and Zhu Chun turned to look at Yu Qianshan. Facing the gazes of the three people, Yu Qianshan said indifferently, "He's not a 3-year-old child. He has his own thoughts. Since he chose to participate in the trial instead of complaining to the dean, it means that he has his own thoughts. He wants to participate in the 10-star trial this time. Under such circumstances, do you want me and the dean to beg him not to participate in the 10-star trial? Moreover, the dean and I are curious. Where does his confidence come from? If he falls just like that, he'll become a drop in the ocean in the academy's long history. However, if he survives, it means he's not a simple person. The dean told me, if he survives and doesn't rely on any external forces, he'll consider letting him enter the sect in advance. He'll also recommend him to become a core disciple of the sect and enjoy the best treatment." As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, the three suddenly understood. As it turned out, the matter this time was a test the dean gave Duan Lingtian. Core disciple. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Duan Lingtian really became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, then in terms of status within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be inferior to them. A core disciple was an existence that was on equal footing with inner sect elders like them. Moreover, in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many core disciples. There were never more than 100 of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was moving like a ghost in the forest and mountain range, was completely unaware that he had unknowingly moved around the forest and mountain range. He was in a predicament. Moreover, this predicament was one that the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy had tacitly agreed to. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to help him. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to help. At the very least, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't let the God King powerhouses attack him. As for the God Spirit Realm existences, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't care. No matter how many of them there were, how strong they were, how they attacked Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to interfere. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius and no one in the Hidden Fog Academy could surpass him, in the Hidden Fog sect, there were many people who could compete with him or even surpass him. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Academy could afford to lose such a genius and the Hidden Fog sect couldn't afford to lose him. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure swept through the forest in the mountain range like a gust of wind. All the demon beasts he encountered, no matter how big or small they were, all of them quickly fell to the ground. None of the demon beasts could survive for more than a breath in front of him. Now, Duan Lingtian not only used the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of space, but he also took out a divine tool. Of course, it was just an ordinary low-grade divine tool without a soul. It was a sword. The sword flew out like a dragon. Every time it flew out, it would take the life of a monster. In this way, after wandering for many days, Duan Lingtian couldn't remember how many monster beasts he had killed. He even felt a little numb to it. On this day, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes flashed as he came to a halt. The corners of his mouth curled up. "You've finally found me. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,